Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Hello, everyone. How are we all doing this morning? Fantastic to see you all on a beautiful Wednesday. I hope you're all either having or have had whatever time it is wherever you guys are. I hope you've all had a fantastic day. So yeah, mine's just starting, so yeah, I hope it's gonna be good. It's been good so far. I hope it'll only get better, and I'm sure it will only get better as we do some more streaming. So today we are going to be playing some workers and resources. Now, in the last workers and resources stream, we were building up the town. We got the coal mine working. We're upgraded a bunch of the roads. We're adding in a few more apartments, try and get a few more workers to try and help keep those buildings and, you know, those production buildings fully staffed, ready to go, and all that other good stuff. And yeah, it's been a little bit of a struggle, admittedly. So we've been sort of falling behind a little bit on the production of coal in the coal mine. We're sort of struggling to keep up with that, which is a little bit of an issue. And we did have a little bit of an issue with the train running as well, which was a bit of a frightening moment, to say the least. So that is what we're going to be doing today. We're going to be taking a look at the trains, making sure we get them up and running properly. I don't think we have a train dropping coal off here, which is a bit of an issue because we don't have any coal there. So we should probably look at getting that up and running as well. We just need to find the fuel trucks because I would like to add this as a destination for them to make sure the train that comes here gets plenty of fuel. We'll get the game unpaused, so it'll start to run. And yeah, we need to look at getting this beauty up and running as well. So we've got the train that we need. Do I want to add, because that's only 300 tons of coal? Yes, I think I'm going to tell him to get a couple more trailers. How much are they for a start? Not that bad right now, so that's good. So we'll get 2 more of those, so that'll bring him up to 6 cars. We'll have him head over there to go pick them up. This is our export train. He's doing fairly well, to be fair. Admittedly a little bit slow, but that's because these buildings are running at full capacity. It's the coal mine down here that isn't. That's where we're having the issues. So that is something we want to get sorted out as soon as possible. It's probably the best way to say. So we want to get these roads upgraded, this road upgraded, and this road upgraded. So we'll let them get on with that. We want to cancel that one. We'll just demolish it and we'll put a gravel road in there, and that'll fix the unwanted upgrade. So we'll let them get on with that bit. We're doing a little bit of a upgrade over here, upgrading some paths as well as getting some buildings, because we are in the process of upgrading as many paths as possible to what's the word? Upgrading them to asphalt, tarmac. That's the one. So that'll allow people to basically walk everywhere. So as you can see, they can walk all the way over here, because there is some people that can't get food, and that's a little bit upsetting because we need them to be able to get food, especially these guys over here. They can get to the bus stop, and then with the bus stop they should be able to get over here to get food, but it doesn't seem to be working that way. So we're just trying to get things upgraded properly as fast as possible. And then things should be a little bit better for everyone. So, next up, well, one, we need to get more paths upgraded. But it looks like of all the new houses have been filled already. Well, there we go. That went a lot faster than I thought. So I'm going to get another one of these over here. Let's take a look. I think it was it a medium building? It was the HK 6912 story. So let's see. I'm pretty sure that's one of these. There it is. It's this one. So we want to get it lined up and flipped, spin. And then we can get it popped in here. And we'll just freeze that for a second to make sure it gets lined up. I don't think this road is straight, so we'll try again in the placement. So we'll go about there. That'll give a little bit more room behind, and then we want to see if we can find one that fits in here nicely as well. We'll just make sure it's on the it's a paused construction for now. And this one maybe? No, not quite big enough. Not quite big enough. A little bit too big. A little bit too big, yeah. I think that's a little bit too big. Yeah, too big. Too big. Not quite. Maybe one of the medium ones, maybe. A little bit small. We want that sort of size, but a bigger capacity. Too big. Too long, rather. Not necessarily too big, but too long. That one would work. What's the 80%? That's not too bad. See, that one would work if it was a little bit wider. Just a little bit too long. I don't want to go too low with the quality either, because I want people to be happy where they live, and obviously the quality of the apartment affects the happiness. So the higher the higher the quality, the happier the people. So I'm wondering if maybe we did like 2 of these or something. Or even 2 smaller ones. Like, that's really upsetting that it just doesn't want to fit properly, but then if you flip it, it does. That's a bit annoying. It's just not quite the right size. So I'm wondering if maybe we do something like this and then flip, spin. And then that should, if I put it on, I'll put it wonky. like that. Flip spin. On that one right there, and then pretend that that's one big building. I mean, it'd work. It'll do its job. Seeing as we haven't got one that quite fits in there. How many workers we got sat here? Not a lot. Right, train has got the carriages. We can shove them all on the train now. And then we can tell it not to do that route anymore. But it's going to go here. It's going to wait to be loaded. It's going to fill up with coal. And then it's going to come here and wait to be unloaded. And we'll send him on his way. Right, so he's going to get coal for power and heating. I'm guessing we've still got... Have we still got trucks coming here or something? No. No, I don't think we are doing that, are we? Right. Are they doing the roads down here? Is that... Yeah. So they've been delivering asphalt over here. And then what are you waiting for? You're waiting for a pickup and a roller to be dropped off. These are just going at it by hand because a roller still hasn't been dropped off. Why hasn't a roller been dropped off? Right, that one's sped up. That one's got a couple of workers. This one's done. That one's done. That's getting... Is that getting pit upgraded to asphalt? No, that's not happening. Just gravel. Thank you. Alright, the team's coming to do that. Alright, this one's... this one that just decided, you know what, bollocks to it, we'll do it by hand. Seeing as no one's coming, we'll do it by hand. Now we've got more workers dropped off to get this done. I mean, I know it's a long distance. I know it is a long distance. But where the heck is all the dump trucks? And why are the rollers getting delivered to the paths before they're getting delivered to the roads? I think I made a mistake telling them to upgrade this stuff. Yeah, that might have been a mistake. See, you drop... Oh, they have got gravel. Never mind. I was going to say, what are you dropping workers off for when there's nothing there? Look at them go. So freaking quick. Right, that's a bunch of stuff dropped off there. What is... So it looks like the waste has been sorted over here. I mean, we did have a waste problem. But it looks like that's been resolved now. Do you have a water capacity issue? I freaking hope not. I really hope not. let's have a look, because it is a long distance, admittedly. And if there's an issue, we can fix that. Right, I think it's just there's a low demand. There is a pump here to help keep the pressure up. That's high pressure. And that's high pressure. Is that a bad thing, or is it just not being used that much? I think there's just low flow. Because there's not a lot going on. Right, I don't think there's anything to worry about there. Right, let's turn our attention back over here because we've got lots of paths to get upgraded. And we've got a bunch of buildings that we need to build because we have a lot of people without their own flat. So I think we're going to get this one built, and that'll help provide some workers around here and some homes. And then we can look at upgrading some more paths when this bit gets done. And we will add in a path there, one there, one there. Why not? Why not? Why not have it wonky? And one right there. Trying to get it as straight as possible. Alright, that should do for now. And then we can look at... We'll need to get... No, we need to get all the heating stuff in first. Sorry, you're going to have to wait on that one. Yes, we need to get heating and everything else that requires these paths putting in. You know what, I'm going to get this one this way a little bit. Like so. And that should help with, well, one, spacing. I hope. We'll get this one running down here as well. We'll get a rear entrance right there. So then we can put a nursery, a heating, what do you call them? These things, exchanger. We can put that over here as well. We need to put another house around here, one of these corner ones, because I don't want to, I want this to be like a residential area, but not crammed, if you know what I mean. So I want it to feel a bit more open, a bit more space, not like this, because we don't need all of that there. We just need a school, a nursery, a couple of playgrounds, a heat exchanger, some bins, all that good stuff. So we'll let them do the paths, and then once the paths are done, then we can look at everything else we'll need. I think we should probably put in a technical office right here as well, just to help keep this area snow free, but we're not in an immediate rush to do that just yet. So we'll let them get the paths done, and then we can turn our attention to that, because we are just coming into December. So, well, end of November, beginning of December, and we've got a lot of construction to get on with. Like, primarily these paths, I think they're the biggest hindrance for us at the moment, is the paths. So once they're done, then we can start, and we've got the outside, the outline of how we want this to be, because we'll put another one of these ones over that side, We'll put these in the corner again and these in the middle, seeing as they're the only one that we've got that really fits. And then it'll be a nice little area, you know, like nice little housing area. Because I may as well. Because thinking about this, we're going to have like, what, this much room in the middle. And there's a fair bit we want to fit in there. So I might go a little bit bigger. Yeah, I think I might go a little bit bigger. Just to give us a little bit more room to play with. Because then we can put in... Where's the schools? So we need one of these. And I want to go with the big one. For definite. So that'd sit round about here. And then we need a school in here as well. And I want a decent sized one. This one. Which would go over here. And if the nursery's there and the school's here, that only leaves us with a small bit of room in the middle. Yeah, I think I want to put another house, another sort of apartment, not one of these. Maybe something that's half the size, just to make it a little bit bigger. Because if we can put the school about there, nursery over there, we can get a bus stop somewhere around about here to help people get over there. Maybe even on this road. Because these can walk to that one. And if it is a bit too far and this one's closer, then they'll just walk to that one. But these in the corner here, these will definitely just walk down here, so we don't have to worry about them. So if we go a little bit bigger, well, let's find a slightly bigger house. Let's see. Could go with this one. This one would increase it almost the right amount. That's almost perfect. And it's an 84% quality as well, so it'll be nice for him. I feel like that's just a little bit too big. You're a little bit too tall for this area. Let's have a look at that one. That one's a little bit smaller than this one, isn't it? No, it's the same. I have no idea what the difference is. Oh Christ. Yeah, you're a little bit too tall. Have you got like a shorter brother somewhere? No. So I'm thinking this one then. This one was almost perfect. And if we place it somewhere like here, let's get the, so we can get the right distance. Because we need to get the path behind. Like there. And then we'll spin the camera around. Because what I want to do is mirror this side. So that one will go along here. And this one over this side. And then it's got like a I don't know why, but in my head it just sounds nicer that way. Don't question it too much. Oh, this collision. Wait, it's not even... Oh, it is. It's the camera that's off a little bit. It's got to be steady. Right, one there. I can't remember what building that one was. It was... Series 1216P TRL. Yes, I can remember that. 1216P TRL. See? Told you I could remember it. And we'll go... We need to try and get this edge lined up. But I think that's going to be easier said than done. Especially when we're trying to line it up. Yeah, that's not going to line up very well that way. Let's try... there. And now we can actually get it lined up with the other building. Done. And then we'll just bring that path down here. Put one right there. Yeah, that's going to give us loads of room. They're not quite lined up, but you know what? That's fine with me. It'll do its job. Right, so what paths have we got left? We've got these three, these two, and these two. Right, no problem. No problem at all. Right, so we'll let them get that done. How are we doing coal-wise? Oh, lovely. Amazing. Now we're getting the workers we need over here. Beautiful. Alright, I think maybe we might be able to open up another mine. One of the trains is on the way back. And we've not quite got enough for him. The other one's on the way back as well. Right, they're selling coal. What the heck? Our imports have shot up. Right, let's take a look at our imports. Last month. Fuel. It's fuel. It's always fuel. Right, you're going to the unloading station. Right, so we do need to get more coal. And possibly a more frequent bus. Right, let's get 2 more buses. I'm only going to add 1 for now, but I'm just getting 2 to be on the safe side. Because that's quite yeah, it's quite big for 4 buses, to be fair. Do 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 do. Where's our buses? I think this is them. Yeah, there we go. So we'll add this one. There we go. We'll send him off. See if we can bring the spacing down to like 1 kilometer or near it. At 1.4, I think would be a little bit more frequent in getting people from here to here. And as well, if we upgrade the path as well, that'd make it even quicker. So there's a few things we can do to help. There's a few, and we will look at doing them. Right, doesn't look like the spacing has updated. I don't think it's changed much in all honesty. So maybe we do need another, we do need like 6 buses. So let's get a bus added. Let's get that one going. There we go. It's come down to 1.38 kilometers. And if we add a 6th one in there, it should be a little bit better. He's going on the slower side to try and change the distance. That's quite smart. That's quite smart. Because as well, what this is going to do is basically preparing us to open up the other mine, which I am considering, because I want this to fill. I want there to always be coal waiting to be processed. That's when we've hit the right amount. When we've always got coal waiting to get processed, that's when these can work at full speed. Both the trains are waiting now. And we may need to take another loan just to keep us afloat. You know it's bad when you got to take out loans to pay off loans. Oh, that's horrendous. Right, we'll leave that bus route to run for a little bit because it will sort itself out. It will get better. And then that'll just mean we get more and more workers here. Speaking of workers, we need to make sure we get houses, heating, all that good stuff in here. So let's start building a nursery. First things first though, I want to put in these in each corner. So I want to put one there and one there, and that'll cover all around these for them too, and then we can put the nursery in. Hopefully it fits. There we go. Beautiful. And then we can get the paths put in for it. Like so. Do you know what? I'm going to put... Ooh, that's a hell of a slope in it. Maybe we delete that path and put it in again properly, seeing as it didn't want to do it itself. Why is it going underground? The heck? It's not doing it on this side. Oh, I bet it's when this thing got placed to flatten the ground. Right. So we get an absolute mess of a path. I just want a nice straight path. We might have to wait for that other one to get built. I think we will, because I can't put one in there either. Big shame. Because I was about to put water, sewage, heating. We need to put electricity in as well. Which, to be fair, for electricity is not going to be too difficult. Not really. Because we should. Let me see. Where could we take it from? Because I want to put a transformer here. That's where I want to put the transformer. And I don't want to go directly from here. Well, for one it's not built. And second, vehicle imports not helped us last month. Second, well, I want to try and do a ring. If at all possible. So maybe we use this one to come up along, and then we can come over here somehow. Maybe put a high voltage switch over here and have it come round. Come through here. Quite possibly. Let's look at putting one in over here then. Go right around there. Get our high voltage. Oh, we got the super ones now, aren't we? Yes, we do. Oh, nice. Right, when we get our own power plant, we need to look at changing them then. Because I think we've only got the 15s running everywhere. So we'll look at bringing that one across to here. Let's back it up a little bit. Across to there. Then we can go this way. And then we'll go one in the middle, one right there, and done. Nice. We need a little break in this path. I'm sorry, people. I know you were probably using it to walk to work. Sincere apologies. But, yeah, we need to change things a little bit. It's for the better, we promise. And we can pop that in there, and then we can just do an underground cable over to the transformer. I forgot the word then. It just eluded me and just wouldn't. I just couldn't think of it. Right, we need the underground cable. There it is. And then we'll just go from here, bring it down. Lovely jubbly. And then we can do underground cables around here with electric boxes. I know we don't need to put a school in here as well, but I'm just doing it for the sake of time for people. They don't have to get a bus to get to it. Especially when they can just walk everywhere now. we still need to get a bunch of the roads upgraded as well. So we've got a lot of work to do. We've still got a bunch of paths, still got a bunch of roads to upgrade, and we're still trying to optimize the coal delivery, which it seems to be working quite well. Right, so we'll let them get on with those those cables. We'll take a look down here and we'll see how many workers we're getting dropped off. Hopefully it's a good amount. I'm sure it is. We've got 18 waiting at that bus stop. And they'll be coming over here soon. I'm just trying to increase the frequency at which the buses are coming here. And we just need to increase the number of workers here as well. We've got 153 waiting. Does this one have heat, water, sewage and electricity? It does. So let's start building that one then. What about this one? Yes electricity, yes heating, yes water, yes sewage. So let's build that one as well. And then that way we've got 2 apartments at least for people to move into. And that should free up a little bit of space. We're gonna tell them to go there, and then that might encourage people to go over the other side to get a job. That one, they can go here if they want. Research. We're probably going to fuel process studies, and yeah, we'll start going through pipelines, pipeline connections. Bam 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 bam. Bam 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 bam. Yeah, hopefully this snow's gonna go soon. A couple more days and the snow should be out of here. Should we prioritize that building? What have they got to build? Well, they've not got much left, to be fair. They got this and then this and then this and these two. So yeah, not really much point in prioritizing. Take a look at this, and this will tell us they've got 5, and they are flying through them. So yeah, no point rushing them. They're going super quick. It's not going to make much of a difference. So in that case then, may I interest you in a path? And we'll do one here as well. Oh, we haven't connected this up with a path. We can extend that one down here as well. We'll pause the construction in case they try and do it. How are we doing hospital-wise? Well, health is amazingly good. We've still got 140 people without their own flats. Yeah, we need to sort that out first. Otherwise we will start losing workers. And we don't want to lose workers, we want them here. Bum, 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 bum. What's going on here? Alright, we're just waiting on resources to be dropped off and a bunch of other stuff. Some bricks are about to be delivered. There is a truck dropping something off or picking something up. They were picking up the excavator. Fair enough. Steel's about to be dropped off. We should have a boards delivery coming any moment. Yeah, looks like everything's running rather well. You know what, we're going to prioritize this one to make sure it gets everything it needs. There's only a few things left to be delivered, and so it shouldn't take too long. And the snow's disappearing. Nice. Come on, guys. Where's our final resources? We just need prefabs and bricks. There's bricks. Where the heck's the prefabs at? Oh, come on. There they are. They're coming. They are on the way. Oh, I thought that was it then. Where are they? There they are. Here they come. Come on. Faster. There we go. We got the prefabs. Just needs a couple of workers and then it's done. And that's a brand new home for people. I can't remember how many people it holds now. Where is it? It's this one. 240, so more than enough. And especially when this one gets built as well, then that'll be even more space for people. I do think we need to put in a crossing up here as well, but they're a little bit busy with other bits at the minute. So we'll leave them, you know, we'll let them get on with a few paths that we've got. Because they do take the mick. And especially the ones that need people to work at them as well, they are horrendous. There we go, we've got a bunch of people moving in now. That is fantastic. We'll get this built soon. I'm just waiting on a few paths to be finished. And then we can go from there. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop, doo, doodle, doo. Yeah, they've got a fair bit to do, so we'll let them crack on. Because then when they've done the house and the wire, they'll focus a bit more on these paths, especially these ones that are waiting on workers to be dropped off. Because like I say, they take the mick, them ones. They really do. Make sure we haven't got any random nodes in places. We do have one there, but we can't get rid of it yet. We just need a couple of workers dropping off. There we go. We've got the workers dropped off for that one. We have the truck there waiting. And we have workers there waiting. It's pointless workers being there when there's no resources there, man. Come on. Use your noggins. Think about it. Alright, that needs a couple of electronics dropping off. There we go. The electronics have just been dropped off. We just need a couple of workers. So, you know what? We'll high prioritize that one, seeing as it literally just needs plugging in. And then that's that cable done, and they don't have to worry about it anymore. It'll be done, dusted, over and out, Roger Dodger. Don't have to care about it. Doopy 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 doop. Doopy 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 doopy. Okay, that one's done. Now that's just waiting for workers. I'm gonna prioritize these because these are worker only. They just need workers to show up and it's done. What's this one? It's got electricity, got heating, got water, got sewage. It's got everything. So that one we can do as well. Although I think, yeah, I think we should probably get the rest of the stuff built first. So we need another home. It's this one. We need to flip and spin. And we just need to try and get it lined up with a gap for a path right there. We need to flip, spin, and then try and get it lined up. As best we can. There should do it. Right, we'll pause them. Then we can turn our attention this way. And it is this guy. We want to flip. I swear, if there ain't enough room here for this. There we go. Just had to sort of force it by clicking a few times, which I have had to do before. It's a bit annoying considering it's like there is space. Why are you saying there isn't? I'm going to put a bus stop over here because admittedly that is a mega distance. So we'll get a bus stop in. We need to go to roads. It's right here. We'll make sure we've got plenty of space. So I want to go right here in front of this one. And then we'll just connect it all over this side. Road down this way, connecting it up there as well. Beautiful. And then we just want to bring the path in. And we'll bring the path across here as well. Bring the path down here as well. And connect that up. Connect that up. Connect that up there. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Boom, boom. I can bring this one all the way down. Bring it all the way across. I think this one's going to fight me, innit? Yep. But at least we've got everything. You know, we've got everywhere we need to go. So yeah, one of the few things that we need is a crossing right here. We'll get path connection right there. We'll need another one right here. And we'll let them build all of that. Although we are going to, yeah, we've already done that one. Freeze that one, freeze that one, and that one's already frozen. Cool. So now we can look at putting in the school. Spin. School. We will freeze it. Because I'm not going to add any paths in until they've done what this is already. Because it'll be a lot quicker. But we will want one coming behind. And we will need heating. Should be fine. Just gonna bring it this way a little bit. There we go. And we'll pause that. We need bins. Oh, no, 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 no. I shouldn't have put the school in yet. Right. Stop that. Should have put the bins in first. I'm gonna wait until the paths are done before putting anything in, because I will just end up ruining it. Same reason one in there and a path in there. So we just need to wait for now. Which is fine. It won't take long. At least we've got plenty of housing available. which should mean we're getting plenty of workers. Does that mean we're getting loads down here now? We've got a solid 100 workers there. There's 3 right there waiting to go here. And is this... This is filling up. This is fantastic. Which that means this is filling up. So we are struggling workers here now. Is that what I'm seeing? Right, let's take a look at this bus route then. We've got what, 3? Let's get a 4th. We'll get a 4th bus on this line. Why are we filling up full? We shouldn't be filling up full. We need what, 30 workers? So that's about 70%, I think. 55. We need 30 workers. What's 70% of 55? Hey Siri, what's 70% of 55? 38.5. Hey Siri, what's 60% of 55?
60% times 55 is 33.
33, so we want 60% then. There we go. We got our magic number. 33. To get 33 workers is 60%. So we should see these buses fill up with 33. There we got 33 workers. Beautiful. And this is empty again. So as soon as these ramp up to 100%, they can't keep up. Although I think our export train might need to get more. You know, we're going to allow all 100% in here. Get this working at 100%. And then that way these will struggle to keep up once it ramps up. And that's good. We want them to struggle. Because the only time they struggle is when there's no workers there. And these are working, the miners are working brilliantly. I'm sure it's probably because we've added a 4th bus in, and that's probably what's making them struggle a little bit. Right, we want that to be a high priority because it's slowing us down. And we don't want to be slowing down. We want to be flat out non-stop. Right. Right. Oh, they were waiting for gravel or something. Right, fair enough. Right, hopefully we can get this built up, operational rather soon. We don't need to worry about the houses. It's just the stuff that's going to go in the middle that we want to get up and running. Right, we're getting a good amount of workers here now. That's fantastic. This is amazing. This is incredible. Should we get bitumen? Yeah. We're just gonna keep working our way through. There we go. We'll get a few more workers in there, and that'll help, one, with research, but two, making, you know, getting people pretty smart. We've got 2,200 people that are very, very smart. That is amazing. Oh, we can change the color of the building. Oh, I do like the dark grey. That looks so much nicer. Oh, I can't do it with any of the others. Oh, the vanilla ones are boring. We got dark grey. That looks so much nicer in dark grey. It doesn't just blend in. Why can't more do that? Why can't I paint more buildings? That looks so much better. 8 workers without a job. Well, go to the bus stop and then you'll get a job. We've got plenty of work available. I'm wondering if it's worth sending the export train wherever he is to get... Where are you? You. Yeah, I'm wondering if it's worth putting some more... what do you call it on him? More train carriages. Because then he can export more. That's how I'm thinking. The more we can export, the more money we make. Let's get 4 more. I'm gonna get another train as well. As much as I'd love an electric train right now, diesel's our best bet. And then that train can go get the carriages and bring them over. And then we can shove that on export train. Try and boost our exports of coal. I mean, granted, we need to make sure these are constantly packed with workers. And we've constantly got coal being shoved in. But that's more on building up the workforce. Which we will get there. Like this has more capacity to be more efficient. We just need to get more workers there. Which means we need to get this built. I don't understand why you guys are all just sat around waiting. What we all waiting on? Workers? Maybe? I know, there's a lot of paths for you to build, to be fair. We need to get these roads upgraded as well. Bum 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 bum. Oh man, I need a drink. There we go. That's better. Oh yeah, we need to get power in here as well. So power, heating, water, sewage, and some sort of like playgrounds or something for the kids. That'll make things a lot nicer for everyone. So we'll get bins placed. There we go, and then we can get the school, which is right here. Ah, the bin blocks it. Cool, there we go. And then we can get path placed right there, one right there. We'll get one. It's never gonna line up right, is it? It's never gonna be right. And we'll get one there as well. Wait, what happens if I do the middle one? Would that be... Nah. I'm just gonna go with that one. Right, well, A-OK that lot. And then we need to get the heating plant in there, the heat exchanger. So I'm gonna put it facing this side. We'll need the heating pipes, but we're not gonna do them yet. We're gonna get a couple of substations placed for water. So we'll go with, you know what, I'm gonna flip it and have the pipe exit the other way. That one right there. We'll get a sewage right there. And then of course we need an electric substation as well. Fingers crossed we can place right in the middle. Oh, are you shitting me? There we go, a couple of clicks and then we can place it. Yeah, because that's normal. We put substations right near the kids. Right, let's get a substation right here as well. And then that's the two halves powered. And we'll also need water and sewage, which can go here and here, and should be fine. We can get a water tower placed over here. Hang on a minute. Let me just come off that and go underground view. Ah, we're using both outlets. Never mind. Yeah, we'll get a separate one. Fair enough. There should be a third outlet. No, there isn't. Crap. We may need another one then. Is there enough capacity on this one? I don't really want to overdo it. There's definitely enough capacity on this one. So maybe we split this one. Or we could split this one. Yeah, I'd rather split that one because that one's only going up there to do this. So if we split this one, put a splitter there, and then that can feed this and this. And that should be okay. Right, we know the plan. We know the plan. The sewage will be fine. The sewage we can just plumb straight into that. And just bring it along this way. Split, sewage, over to that. Done. Or we could even come over to this, but that means going uphill, which I really don't want to do. That should be fine, although I think that's going uphill as well. Orders here. So we've got options, is what I'm trying to get at when it comes to sewage. We've got a few options. So I'm gonna place this guy here, the water over here, and we'll leave them to finish off the paths because there's a fair few to do. Right, we've got a few people moved in up here. Which is fantastic. Right. I'm just gonna nip to loot. I'll be back in a minute. Diddly 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 diddly. I'm back. Right. Right. Bitumen studies is complete. Let's take a look at what else we can get. Refinery. Yes, definitely. What's going on here? We'll get that one. Look at that. That one just finished at the same time as well. Right, so a fair few paths to be getting on with. Where is export train? Let me just pause. He's on his way back. Every time. I never catch him at the right moment. All right, we need to get him exporting more. So we need to get some more carriages on him. Like, he doesn't have to fill all the way up. That's the thing. We can put it on him and then reduce as needed. It's just getting him to carry more is a bit more difficult. Right, we're gonna get him to go up here. Alright, cool, he's on his way. Brilliant. Right, how are we doing on the paths? Get in there. Get in there. There's a few more to go, but we're getting there. That's the important bit, is that we are getting there with it. People are moving so much quicker now. It is brilliant. It really is. Because it means less people complaining about unable to get food and stuff. Which means happiness stays high. Culture stays high. Sports stays high. We do need to get them upgraded around here. And we will. We will. We are. We are in that process. But we just need a few more houses first. Once we've got this estate built, then we'll be rocking. Be rocking and a rolling and a topping and a rolling at the hop. Bum 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 bum. Come on, guys. Come on, get these paths built. That's all we're waiting on at the minute. It's primarily the paths. If we have a look at what jobs they've got on, I bet it's all footpaths. It is. So many freaking... Oh, my word. I didn't realize we had that many footpaths on the go. It doesn't seem a lot, but it is a lot. All right, there we go. Rolling Matron's on his way. And done. Right, cool. And just like that, we've added another one. Oh man, these paths. I did not realize there was this many. I do apologize, workers. And there was me thinking about adding in this road to be tarmacked as well. I'm glad I haven't. They would have probably just gone, oh friggin' hell, I'm fed up of doing paths. You're asking for too much. That's why I only went with gravel for the roads for now, because then at least it's better than dirt. Yeah, admittedly it does take, we do have to wait for it to get built, but it is better than dirt. But this is gonna be a lot better. This is gonna add so much space for workers. And then we should definitely see an increase, which I think we are. What about over here? Right, so we're still unsure when it comes to the number of workers coming over here. Oh Christ, yeah, the train. You need to go there, grab carriages. Oh, sugar. And then come back here. Right, off he goes. Yeah, it's not quick, but it should do the job. Well, what the fuel. Fuel? Yeah. Yeah, he was low on fuel. Right, off he goes now. He's off back. Should be going up there now. And then he's gone with the middle one. We've got them set up right, haven't we? The signals at this end. Yes, yes we do. Cool, there we go. He's got the carriages. He's on his way back. How many does this one? This one has 6. And he only carries a maximum of 432. That's not that much. Well, he's going to be a lot better in a minute. There we go. Off he goes. And we'll keep a hold of the other train because they are very expensive and we probably will need another train at some point. Right, I do want to look at start flattening out this area over here now for a farm. Or if we could flatten this entire area out, that'd be perfect. Because then it's still pretty close to the town. Right, yeah, we'll think about that. We'll think about that because I don't know how I want to do that. I don't know if that's going to be the right idea. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Bum 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 badum bum bum. Dun 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 dun. Do 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 do. Yeah, these guys are just relaxing now, aren't they? Right, we need logs bringing in. Right, there's an issue. There's the problem. Bum bum badum bum 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 badum bum 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 badum bum 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 badum. Yeah, we need to get another one of these over here. Start logging this area. Right, we'll look at doing that in a bit. Because then this will work a bit better. Do, 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 do. I just want to see what happens with this. Because I'm not convinced that this one's working properly. I don't know what it is. I'm just like, I don't think it's working right. Right, here comes a truck. Okay, so why is it not exporting them? Where are they going? Because it doesn't seem to be pulling them. Like, they're not stacked up in this one. If we get rid of them, then what happens? Because I'm not convinced this building's working. I'm just keeping an eye on it for a second. Alright, this guy's about to pull in. If this operates, they're just going straight in. Yeah, so it is working then. Okay, okay. I'm still going to keep an eye on that. Alright, here goes the big boy. Big boy call. It's only valued at 16,000. All of that coal. Friggin' bonkers. 720 tons of coal, only 16,000. I would have expected more than that for us. But if we start turning a profit, then we're good. And as long as our number of people goes up, then we're good. Hey, we got nearly 8,000 profit. We did have 8,000 profit. So 7,400 profit. That is amazing. And the train's not too big. So because of the distance, we could add a second. We could add a second export train. But I think if we're going to do that, we need to take 2 carriages off him. And go for a little bit smaller. How many has he got? He's got 10 carriages. If we went with 8 on 2 trains, that would probably be better until we can get this ironed out. because I get the feeling we are exporting more than we are producing at the moment. And that's purely down to this guy. So maybe we should get another train up and running. Not another train, another mine up and running. But I think primarily we're probably going to need more people. I don't know. We'll see. We'll get a bunch of stuff upgraded, and then we'll go from there. So next we need to put the pipes in. So let's get the heating pipes in, because that's going to take the longest to do. 15 meters straight down, straight across, straight into that one. So there's the heating sorted. We need to sort out sewage. So that's going to be fairly straightforward, I think. So we'll sort the sewage out next. So we'll put a thing right there. And of course, it's never that simple for me, is it? So that works. That works. Cool. We'll get that added in. And of course that don't work. Oh, pain. Right, that works. So we'll get that added in. And can I just go straight over? No, I can't. Is it because we're going up? Yeah, we're going up. I mean, to be fair, that don't work. That does. I don't really want to do that, though, if I'm honest. You know what? I'm not particularly too happy about that. Right, let's redo it. Right. Let's have a look. What can we do to fix this? What can we do to help this? Well, I'm thinking two things. We need to look at going this way. So I'm thinking we put a break here. You know what? We'll just get rid of the full thing. It'll take a while to build. I know. But it'll be better. Right, there we go. So we need big pipe going there. And then big pipe going there. And then big pipe down there. We'll get them A-okayed. And we'll get this pipe going here. We'll get that A-okayed. And then that leaves us two options. Well, actually, no, three options to get this sewered up. So for that, I'm thinking we have a splitter down this end. And then one here. And then can I do that and that? And annoyingly, but that one's got to loop around. But it does work. It works. That's what I was hoping for. And then this to here. And that works. Amazing. Right. Sewage is offline everywhere. Well, everywhere in the city at the moment. But it's about to not be. So I'm guessing this is going to be a fairly big job. So we'll let them focus on that. We'll let them focus on the sewage. And once that's all up and done, then they don't have to worry. We don't have to worry about sewage, because then we can do the plumbing for the water, and we can get the wires in for power, because the power is going to be fairly quick. If I'm honest, I don't see that taking too long. And then we can get the nursery in, and that'll boost people wanting to come here. We can get like a football field and a kids playground in here, and some other bits and bobs, and that'll boost this area for people wanting to move here. It gives them more entertainment. And then of course we can put in the government loyalty building as well. So I'm thinking we go like a kids playground, a football pitch, or some sort of sports, and then a monument, a big monument, like maybe the Ukrainian freedom one or something like that. And then that'll boost this area and the city for government loyalty. Where is it? This one. Put this one in here. I think it'd be amazing to have this in here. But we'll see. We'll see. Because I'm thinking the kids' playground like here, and then we can just path down here, sports field. But we'll see how it all fits in. Oh, the football field's not as big, not that big. Oh, well, fair. Well, I'm maybe that over here and the Kiev monument. And then we can just do a path down the middle, and everybody around in this area can get to it. That'd be really cool. Right. We'll let them keep building this, because sewage is offline for a lot of people at the moment. And I don't want it backing up. If we can help it. Yeah, it's filling up. It's filling up. Damn it. Well, it is here because this is a very busy... A lot of poop coming through here. Admittedly. But in all fairness, this is how we should have done it in the first place. So it's a lesson for me. We're learning a valuable lesson. Ba 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 ba. We didn't make a profit last month. How come? What did we import last month? Quite a lot of food. Right, food we need to take care of. And clothes. That's our next target. We'll get the sewage finished. Get the water in. Get the power in. And then we'll look at food production. Because we're in 1977 now, and food's getting a bit ridiculous. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Alright, what are we going slow for here, guys? What are we waiting on? To be fair, there is a fair bit of plumbing going on. I think the paths was holding people up at first. Holy shite, 6,000. Yeah, this is the downside to burying your stuff quite far down. But in all fairness, it does help. It does help. Do 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 do. I think as well it might be the asphalt we're importing. How much asphalt are we importing? Let's have a look at last month. To be fair, not a lot of asphalt last month. What about this month? Not a lot. I mean, food is getting a bit on the pricey side, and clothes. That's 7,000 just from food and stuff. Let's have a look at our exports. At the moment, 14,000. Last month, We exported 45,000 of coal. So what was... It's the imports. Concrete, we did import a lot of concrete. But 32 tons of food, and it was nearly 10,000. Nearly a ton of clothing, and it was 3,000. Meat, 6.5, and it was 4,000. So I think these three we need to tackle. Food, clothing, and meat. And then, yeah, let's have a proper look again. Import. So food, nearly 10,000. Meat, 4,000. That's 14,000. And clothing, 5, 6, 7,000. So 17,000 just on food and clothing. That's insane. If we tackle that, that'll be massive. So clothing and food, and meat all just require crops. That's it, nothing else, just crops. So I'm thinking if we can get 2 farms that feed the same silo, then we could maybe use a train to transport grain to let's think. Let me think. I'd rather not use a train, if I'm honest. Unless it's for selling. So maybe we use... Well, it'll come down to layout, won't it? If we can get it laid out well. So if we can do it so... If we... I'm trying to put this into words. If we can do it so the farm feeds a silo and then it goes straight off to what it needs to, that would be the perfect way of doing it. That would be the ideal way. But I know it doesn't always work out that way. So if we can do it so 2 farms feed 1 silo, which then goes to make meat and to make clothing and food, that would be the perfect way. Now, annoyingly, I don't think the game lets you take from one storage to another. If it does, then I'm not sure how about we do that. I don't know if that's where the forklifts come in, because I can't get them to work, for me at least, anyway. I must be doing something wrong and I don't know what it is, so yeah, we need to look at trying to go. Let's go on the food tab. So we know we want a large farm. That's a given. That's a given, no matter what happens. We need a large farm. That then needs to feed a grain silo. Which would be on... I'm not sure how we're going to lay this out. I think no matter which way we do it, we need to go from farm to storage. So we can do the 2 farms over here, no problem. Flip that. and spin, because we can do farm here, mirror it, flip it, farm there, silo in the middle. Done. There's the silo. We then need to take it from the silo to somewhere over here, which means we need to raise this area up. And then that can be food, yeah, it can be food and clothing production somewhere along here. You can do a road coming off the roundabout, over the train tracks, and then going up. And then we can have meat production. Wait, could we do... I just think I just had an idea. Would it be possible? Would it be... Because I know it's possible to do... food and clothing from one silo. Like bread. The bread food. But I'm wondering if it'd be possible to do... Because we only need one textile. Yeah, this one fabric. That's the actual one. We only need one fabric factory, and that can do 2 clothing factories. And with the warehouse in the middle, that can hold the chemicals that this guy needs, and the fabric these need. And then if we wanted to, we could house the clothing as well. But I think maybe I'd want to do a separate warehouse for those. Not sure yet, not sure. But we could use this. We could use one warehouse to feed all 3 of these, because it'd be 1 fabric and 2 clothing. But then we need meat as well. We need to make cows. And obviously that requires crops. But I'm thinking maybe we do that separately, because that's a whole different can of worms. So yeah, we'll just do 1 grain silo to do food and to do clothing. Right, so let's do the farms. Let's do the farms first. So what's this area like in terms of terrain? Not too bad. Not too bad. It'll work. It shouldn't be too much of a hassle. So let's flip and spin this. This is going to be our first farm. And we're going to do a big ass silo. That's a definite. We just need to be careful in terms of where we put the road. So, oh crap, yeah, we need to flatten the ground. There we go. And then we'll put another big ass farm on this side. So we're gonna do two farms. Although I'm not sure I want them facing this way. Right. No, I don't want them facing that way. No. My mistake. My mistake. Should not have done that. I want them facing this way. Yes. Yes, we do. Let's spin, flip, spin again. And... oh, you're not going to play nice, are you? I'm just trying to think for the road for this. I should be able to worm it around this way. We only need a road connection for it to be built. We don't need it to be actually functional. So the road for this guy and go somewhat like this. As long as it's, you know, functional to a degree, should be fine. And then we want the road going down here. Too steep of a descent. What are you on about? Oh, you little... Okay, right, we'll go a little bit further over. This is probably because of the terrain before when was placing it. Right, so that should be better now. Yeah, it's because of the little flattened area here. Should have smoothed it out first, but whatever. It's done now. It's done. So we need train tracks coming out this way. I don't know how far we need to go. We just need to make sure we don't put any fields there. Because we need it to join up around here. Oh, no, 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 no. That's where the road needs to go. Oh, man. Yeah, this is going to be a little bit more tricky than I thought, but I'm sure we'll manage. Let me just get rid of that for a sec. Well, actually, do we? Well, let me think. Let me think for a sec. It'll need to join here. So yes, we should still be able to get a road in. Right. Yeah, we should be fine. Should be fine. Right, let's go back to roads. So, we need a road coming up here for this guy. There we go. And then we need some fields for him. So, all the farm vehicles are going to come out here and they're going to go to fields this side. And these are going to go to fields this side. So, this guy will be easier to do first. So, let's do the easier one. So, we need large fields. I'm going to put... I don't normally put the grid on, but I'm going to put the grid on just for the sake of ease. So I want one there. And we can go to the side. And another one there. So we need 9 in total. We'll put a field... That's not going to cause issues in the future, is it? No, because we can always put the petrol station this side and the technical office? Yeah, technical office that side. Where's... I can't see where the freaking field ends. Right, it's there. Oh shit, that goes on the road. So what about... We'd have to go really far over. Right, well, we'll put the field facing that way then. So that's what, 4 so far? So if we leave a gap, then we can get another 2 in there. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we need 3 more fields. And I said this was going to be the freaking easier side. We haven't got enough room this side. Unless we did it this way. So what if we just do it here? I hope that's lined up right. I'm feeling it's not, but I'm hoping it is. Here. And I can't see the bloody edge. Right, yeah, we are far enough away. Cool. And here. And it goes dark right when I go check it. Swear game, you do this on purpose. You I know you don't, but I'm gonna keep saying you do. And then And we just want a nice road connection down here. It's not necessary, but it's more realistic. And plus, you never really want to have a closed off road. Let me nib that together so we can get a proper road. That'll do. And that'll do. So now we need a road coming down here. And I know we're going to have a dead end road and it's not ideal. But it is what it is. Especially over here. I mean, we could continue over. So I'll put the road in as if we are. Even though we're not. But I think we're going to need to... Well, we need to hollow out this... Well, fill this big asshole anyway. Before we do this farm. And then these two will feed this lot. The production, food and clothing. And all that stuff. Oh, of course, we need to put the road on this one. Oh, it actually did smooth it out. I'm shocked. Oh, there we go. Well, A-okay that lot. Hopefully they can actually get over here to do this. But we are going to pause all of these. Because we don't need them building yet. We need the roads doing first. Then the building can be done. Right. How are you doing over here? Okay, I hope. Right, let's get filling in a hole again. I swear we seem to do this nearly every stream now. This is the project of filling in this giant asshole. The sooner we get rid of this crack in the ground, the better for all of us. It seems to get filled in more and more every freaking stream. But you know what? I'm okay with that. Because this crack in the ground has been a pain in our backside since we started on this map. I do wish we could have built on a flatter map. That would have been... Oh, they're the dream maps though. They do make things very easy. A flat map makes things so much easier. It makes things go so much smoother, so much faster. And of course you don't have to spend your time filling in a hole. Right, this should be a little bit better now. If we can get this bit filled in. I don't know why, I don't seem to want to fill in that gap. There we go. Is there a reason? Let me zoom in. Oh no, we're just sort of... That goes up, right? Yeah, that's going up. I don't seem to want to join them up. I'm not sure what or why. Maybe it's this bit. It's been a bit weird in this spot. Is there something? There's nothing underground. Why do you not want to fill that bit in? That's really strange. Same with these bits. We're trying to fill in a hole here, game, and you're making it difficult. Hey, what's up, crafty boy? I didn't think you were going to come today. I thought you might have been busy with uni work. How are you, my friend? Well, you would think that. What do you mean? I just thought you might have been busy. Well, that's a problem for tomorrow, me. What, so you haven't got uni work, but you procrastinated instead? Absolutely. Right, I think we might be able to carry on filling this hole in now. So you've got uni work, but I'm far behind in physics and I hate it. I barely understand it, so I'm putting it off and it's affecting my other classes now. So yeah, oh, that's not good, mate. I know physics isn't exactly, it's not exactly the simplest, and it's not exactly the most fun. Like, I absolutely loved chemistry when I was in school. Like, that was my favorite, primarily because you got to set stuff on fire and make small explosions. But like, physics is the fundamentals of all the sciences. So it's important. Tomorrow I'm just going to study hard and try and catch up on everything. Yeah, you don't want to you don't want to get behind on your studies. Not if you want to be, not if you want to do some flying. Like, physics will actually, to be fair, help with becoming a pilot, in all fairness. Right, I think we're getting there now. Maybe we can go back to big circle. In all fairness, though, there's nothing. And because I'm falling behind, the part of me that is doubting if I'm even capable of completing uni is starting to talk again. Yeah, I hate that voice. Self-doubt is fun. Yep. Because I question myself every day. Doing this in my normal job. But I think that's just the anxiety getting the better of me at times. Because there's days where I just think, oh, shall I just give up? But then this is something I really enjoy and I'm really passionate about. So yeah, you just gotta keep the fight going, stay strong. I know it's difficult. There's days where you want to give up. But then when you get little wins and you've got everybody on your side, it helps. And sometimes you've got to be your own cheerleader. Also, not great when I look at all my mates that just have jobs and they're buying different cars and doing whatever they want. Yeah. But then at the same time, they're going down a different path. And you just got to remember that they're doing things different to you. They've like, it's hard to explain, but I'm gonna give it my best shot. So it's easy to compare yourself to other people and think that, oh, maybe I'm doing things wrong. They've got all this, they've got all that. And it honestly, it is, and I've done it a lot. Yeah, it will be all worth it in the end, I tell myself. Exactly. You walk in a different path. That's the way to look at it. Like, and it's not going to be easy. And sometimes you will doubt yourself. And you'll question whether or not you want to do it. But then just think the benefits at the end of it. And it makes it a little bit more bearable. It's not going to make it perfect by all means. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm not going to lie, and I'm not going to say everything's going to be great in the end, because it's going to be tough. But at the end of the day, the best things in life aren't easy to obtain. If they were, everybody would be doing it, because everybody prefers the path of least resistance. Everybody prefers the easier route, because it's easier. And so if it wasn't worth it, it would be very easy. And that's the way I like to look at things. The best things in life don't come easy. They require you to fight. And there's going to be tears, and there's going to be moments where you're upset, and there's going to be moments where you doubt it. But then at the end of the day, the best things are the most difficult to obtain. And that's the way I like to look at it. Like, it's, yeah. I'm not great at explaining things. I'm sorry. I really am. I know exactly what I want to say in my head, but my head and my mouth aren't connected directly. Nah, it all makes sense, man. I get what you mean. I really do hope so. Well, I just keep telling myself every day, just like, it's going to be worth it in the end. Plus, you made one of the best decisions in your life anyway. And that was coming to one of my streams and discovering Yorkshire tea. See, and another thing as well is, I won't worry too much about your studies anyway. That's not to say they're not important. They are important. But you don't need to be the best right away. Like, I wasn't great. I didn't get the best grades in school. There were people way freaking better than me. Way more smarter. But I had this weird obsession growing up of taking things apart and fixing them and figuring out how they work. And at this point, your aim is just to pass the class. Yeah. As long as you pass, because there's, like, once you're finished at uni, that doesn't mean you finished learning. Every day is a school day. Every day is an opportunity to learn something new. So if things do seem a little bit overwhelming as well, try giving yourself smaller targets that are easier to obtain. And just like, you've got like one big problem, and that's passing schoolwork, passing uni, passing the class. So break it down into smaller tasks, and that might help, because that's what my girlfriend does, because she gets overwhelmed sometimes when there's when there's something big to deal with, or even just normal everyday life. So we break things down into smaller targets. Like if she's got, I don't really understand her work, but like she's got a report to do. Well, break that down into smaller bits. What do you need for the report? Break that down, and just make smaller and smaller goals until like you get to the point where you do a bit of work for 10 minutes. There's a goal passed. Cross that off. Right, next target. Right, do this. And it just makes it a little bit easier and easier. That sounds good. I like that. It's because she's got like we say it's like the tism, or hi good sir, how's the stream going today? It's going all right. It's doing well. We're getting there. Thank you so much for popping in. How's your day going? Yeah, we're just trying. Yeah, it's like for her, we think it's like it could be autism. We don't know, because it's like a spectrum and stuff. It also could be the ADHD she has. So we think it's like it's a combination of those. And so like when there's like a big task or a big deadline or something really important, she gets a bit overwhelmed. Sort of I like to call it turtling, where you just retreat into your shell and wait for it to go away, wait for the problem to disappear on its own. But then like we looked at things different and was like, well, if we break it down into smaller objectives, it doesn't seem as scary. Like instead of trying to like climb the Mount Everest of problems, break it down into small steps. Well, why don't we just try and get to base camp 1? It's 100 feet away or 200 feet, whatever. And then it just turns one big problem into lots of little smaller steps, and smaller problems and smaller steps are a lot easier and a lot less daunting. And I did the same thing when I was training new recruits in my old engineer job. Like the scariest part for them was getting on the roof, standing next to the chimney while holding the equipment. But we'll just break it down into a smaller problem. Right, we've got a bungalow here, we need to get to the gutter. So let's start by bringing that ladder over, bringing the smaller ladder over, and working our way up to that height. Do you feel comfortable? Yes. Right, well, let's put the roof ladder up. There's the next step, and so on and so forth. Get it all secure, get it attached to the wall, get it, fix it all in place, get it all safe. Yeah, it's okay, just chilling on a day off. Thought I would say hi. First time I've seen you online since you raided and followed me. Oh, brilliant. I hope you're enjoying your day off. I'm guessing you got your feet up. Got a, well, it's probably a bit early. Well, for me, it's a bit early for a beer, but you got to have a day off. You got to have a time to relax. Thanks for popping in. Tomorrow, I'll start making smaller goals. The bigger ones are so daunting. Then, like I said, just break them down into a smaller target, smaller goals, and then eventually, before you know it, you'll get about halfway, and you'll be like, well. Beers come later. Good. You'll get about halfway through and you'll be like, I'm halfway through. If you look at the big picture, you're halfway through it. But if you keep it small goals, small targets, and before you know it, that big goal will be out the way. And it won't be as bad. And then once you've done it, you'll be like, oh, frig me, that wasn't so bad after all. And you'll feel a million times better. It's one of the ways my therapist helped me deal with my anxiety, was to, like, for me, going back into the office was the big scary thing. So we just started off small. Oh, can you drive past it? Well, yeah, and it's quite frightening because I know what happens after when I go near the building. So it was a case of just getting used to going past the building, and then it was a case of, well, go park up in the car park. Don't go in, but just get comfortable with parking in the car park. So that's what I did next. I spent a couple of days of just going out, getting in the car, driving to the office, parking in the car park. And then the next step was my team leader, he'd come out, my supervisor, and I'd spend a bit of time chatting to him in the car park. And that was the next step. And then once I got a bit better with that, I'd go into the common area, the kitchen area, the break room bit, and sit there chatting away with people. Other members of my team would come and sit, and we'd hang out, we'd have a chat, see what was going on. I'd tell them about me, they'd tell me about what they were up to, until eventually got to the point where I was going to our sort of shared office area bit, and I'd spend a bit of time sitting with them, looking at the work, doing my own thing. I'd bring my iPad and work on different stuff for my channel, like the logo. I made a logo while I was sat in the office, just sketching away on my iPad. It's the one that I'm using now. But I just use that as a way to get my mind off where I am and get used to where I was, and until eventually I did a little bit. I started doing a bit of work. I'd go into the office for half a day and do half a day's work, and I did that for a couple of weeks of just going in once a week for half a day, get used to being there, and then I bumped that up to 2 days, and then three half days, and then 4 half days, and then when I was doing 4 half days, I was like, well, I could break this down to doing 1 full day and 2 half days. So I did that, and then I did 2 full days, and then 3 full days, and 4 full days, until eventually I was doing a full week, and I was back into my normal routine. So it does take a while, and it takes patience, but you break it down into smaller steps, and before I knew it, within 2 months, I was back to my regular work hours, and I didn't have as much. I have to say, the anxiety never all went away, but with a bit of time, bit of effort, and just taking it one small step at a time, I got to the point where I could actually stand being in the office, whereas previously, just driving past it, I would have a panic attack. And it was terrifying, especially when you're driving, having a panic attack when you're driving by. But just gradually, I got to that point where I could stand going into the office. So that's what I did, and that's what you should do. So figure out what the big problem is, and just divide it into steps, and just keep dividing until you've got a plan. If it helps, write it down. That's what I did. I wrote it down with the steps that I wanted to achieve, and then I just tackled each task one by one, and it wasn't as bad then. Because when I thought about it as the whole thing, going back into the office, working full time again, it was terrifying. But then when I broke it down, can I do 1 half day per week? And I did it. And I achieved it, and I was fine. So I was like, right, can I do 2 half days? Yes. Can I do 3 half days? And I think that initial step of 1 half day, 2 half days, and then 3 half days, that was about 4 weeks. In a week or 2, I have a week off of uni for break week. So if I just slowly work on stuff and fully catch up during the break week, you should be set. I don't really have time on my side, which also doesn't help my nerves. No, that's what worried me, because my work were trying to pressure me into going back sooner. But like for you, I'm guessing your teachers and stuff are pressuring you into catching up, and so that's obviously not going to help, and it's not going to help your nerves. And I think that's where a lot of teachers forget, like putting pressure like that on someone young like yourself, it does put you off, and it makes you just want to run away. Because what all it's doing is it's triggering your fight or flight system in your brain. Your math lecturer wants to talk to me, but she is lovely, so that doesn't stress me too much. Yeah, that's good then, at least. Because if you get on well with your teachers as well, like at the end of the day, all they're doing is looking out for your best interest. They're trying to help you, and it doesn't seem like it, especially when they're putting pressure on you. It's my assessment deadlines that just appear out of nowhere. It's making me panic. Yeah, I get that. But then that's where I think if you plan things a little bit better, and I know planning stuff can be a bit boring, but if you try just writing the issues down, writing what's stressing you out, if you write it down, it can help, because then you're not trying to figure it all out in your head. You can visually see it, and I know for me that helps, having it written down, and just write down, right, what do I need to achieve, and accomplish, and then break each one of them down into a smaller problem, and it will help you out so much. Because then you'll see it as, oh, because if you can look at it broken down into smaller problems, you'll think that's not as bad. And especially as you start ticking each one off, and it won't seem as bad. Right, we should probably, oh, we're out of money. Crap. Loan, please. Because that's the things that I learned from my therapist are the things that are like, I've honestly, I've started doing it more and more with everyday things, like making dinner, making lunch, making tea, playing games like this, where it is a lot of problem solving, and it's just breaking it down. Like the issue that we've got at the minute is our expenses are too high. Well, if we break that down, what's the biggest expense? Can we do anything about it? Is it fuel? Is it food? Is it gravel? Is it clothing? And for us, it's a combination of things. It's food, steel, well, mainly fuel. Fuel, food, meat, and clothing are the biggest issues that we have. Well, let's break that down into a smaller problem. Right, let's tackle food. So what do we need for food? And we're working on it. And I know it's not the same as a uni problem, but I'm just trying to give you more examples. And we just break each one of each of the issues down into smaller and smaller problems. And it's not as bad. I don't panic as much now, and I'm glad, because the first panic attack I ever had, I honestly thought I was dying. It's horrible. It's a horrible feeling. Another thing that doesn't help is that my physics class is completely online. We don't even have a lecture, it's all pre-recorded. We only get 1 hour tutorial, which doesn't really feel personal, if you get what I mean. Yeah. See, that to me wouldn't be as bad if even if it was online, but then there was a teacher there. Because that's one thing that really annoyed me in one of my college lessons, was it's similar to that. Like this, it's a similar baseline problem, is when you don't understand something or you're not too sure about something, you've got no one to ask. You've got no one to help you understand it, and that is a huge problem. So for that one, I'm not sure how best to proceed with it. But if there's someone that you can speak to and say, look, this is a problem. I'm not fully understanding what's going on here, and it's a pre-recorded class. So I've got nobody to talk to help me understand with what's going on. I don't know who to point you in that for that direction, because like it's strange. If I had like a 2-hour lecture once a week that was live with an actual person talking to me, addressing me, or asking questions, I'd feel more comfortable and actually feel like I'm a part of the class. Is there, I don't know if you can speak to like the head, or, but ideally you want to, you need to find someone at that school that you can go, hey, listen here, this is terrible. I'm not actually learning anything from this. If I wanted this sort of lesson, I could just go on YouTube and find it. Like, you pre-recorded classes do, like, I honestly, I didn't want to believe that's a thing, but it seems to be becoming common. But you need an actual teacher to teach people. So I don't know if there's like a head teacher you can speak to, if there's a, I don't know if there's like a class representative or something along those lines. Like, surely there's someone you can turn to, like a guidance counselor, that sort of thing. I know who to talk to, and I asked if I could drop the class because it's not required for your degree, but she said it's best if you just passed it rather than not doing it. But that's not the issue. I don't think she fully understands the issue. The issue is, you, from the sounds of it, you're not really learning anything because you're not really understanding it. There's no one there to help you understand the material because it's a pre-recorded lesson. It's just expecting you to see. That right there is terrible teaching, and that's one of the fundamental issues with a lot of things. Is there's no such thing as a bad student, only a bad teacher. If a student doesn't understand something, you're teaching it wrong, because you can't learn wrong. But alas, I'm stuck with it now. It's past decision date, so now if I drop it, I get a penalty against your grades. What did you say what lesson it is? Your physics class. I'm not sure. Surely see, the only thing that would really help is if they change to actually have a physics teacher teach you it. Because if it's past the point where you can drop it, yeah, that crosses that off. I'm guessing you can't substitute the lesson to another lesson. The lecturer is nice, he's a decent guy, but the fact it's all recorded and not a live lesson is what I dislike. I'm 100%. I'm guessing you don't know who else is in the lesson, because if it's all pre-recorded, you literally just sit there and listen. Because I would have said to find out if there's any other people in the class that dislike this and are struggling with it. Because if enough of you band together, the school would then be forced to change it to a live lesson. But if it's only one student that's speaking out about it, we get a 1-hour tutorial once a week, and we have tutorial questions that we do during these tutorials. We don't even get time to ask questions properly. Yeah, you don't know anyone else taking the class. That's a shame. Because if you all banded together... Oh, excuse me. Your voice is going. Yeah, if you all banded together and be like, look, there's 10, 20, 30 of us all struggling with this class because it's all pre-recorded. We're not actually learning anything. The school would be forced to change it. But unfortunately, you can't, because they're segregated you and none of you know who's in the class. And I'm guessing it's like a sort of Zoom lesson where all your cameras are off. You can't see anyone else. They can't see you. You can only see the what's going on. They've probably disabled it so you can't see who's in the lesson. Like when I did a online speed awareness course because I was naughty and got caught speeding. Yeah, most people don't turn their camera on, sadly. I mean, you could always do it in the class. Put your camera on, hold up a bit of paper that says, anyone else struggling to learn what's going on here? Because speeding, I was doing 33 in a 30. Yeah. 3 mile an hour. I am a madman. 3 mile an hour faster than the posted speed. Yeah, speeding, granted, but 3 mile an hour. Come on, they could have let me get away with that. Yeah, exactly. They could have just sent me a lesson and just been like, just please slow down. I'd have been like, yeah, what? The worst thing is, it wasn't even an actual cop. It was a random camera in a van. That's not even actual police. It's a third-party company working on behalf of the police. So it's not even actual police. I was doing 33 and a 30. The worst bit is, there was a car next to me that just frigged off past me. Whether or not they got a speeding ticket, no idea. They were going much faster than I was. But alas, this is how these third-party companies make their money. The more tickets they send through to the police of people speeding, the more money they get from the government. So, yeah. It is extra bullshit. But as for your problem, mate, I'm struggling to come up with solutions. Because if the school's not going to take it seriously, then the only other thing I can suggest is get your parents involved. There's nothing more terrifying for a teacher than an angry parent that's pissed off because their baby boy is struggling. That's the only other thing is the nuclear option. Get your mum to speak to him. That's the only other way. That was the only way my college actually thought about and went, hang on a minute, he might be dyslexic, let's screen him, was because my mum went in furious at the teacher. You're gonna try and catch up and really dive into it and see if that helps. If I just dedicate a ton of time. Yeah, it can help. But I'd try and, if I were you, I'd try and dedicate that time to areas in physics that you're actually struggling with. Like if there's a particular lecture that you've done that's talked about a particular part. I haven't been at school for over 10 years, so I'm struggling to remember anything physics based, any physics lessons that I did. So I'd try and target specific parts, and that might help as well. If after break week I'm still confused, I'm going to talk to my student coordinator about what to do. That's the best thing, is just talk to people about it. Talk to your mum, student coordinator, try and talk to the teachers directly. Because if you just leave it bottled up, which was a big issue that I had, it was just bottling up my issues, and then you end up 4 months on sick with anxiety. Then it doesn't help. So just try and talk to as many people, your mum, coordinators, teachers, about where you're struggling. And then as well, they might be able to provide like especially your teachers might be able to provide a bit more like sort of study plans and things like that can help you patch up the areas where you're struggling. Right, we need to get this hole filled. I don't really want to get my mum involved. As far as she is aware, I'm doing fine and all call. I know that sounds... I know you're probably just trying to, like, you don't want your mum to worry. But at the end of the day, your mum is your biggest ally. Your parents are your biggest allies. They're always going to support you. They're always going to be on your side. And they're always going to look out for you. Like, even to this day, I'm 33 years old. If I ever have an issue, I talk to my parents. Because they might have gone through similar things. Wish younger me knew that. Yeah. Like, no matter how much you mess up, how much you struggle, or how much trouble you get into, your parents are always going to be on your side. Your parents are always going to fight in your corner. Never forget that. And honestly, I wish my younger self knew that, because I might have gone through different things. I might have made different life choices. I might have been able to have, like, really honed in on what I actually want to do as a career, or, you know, and things like that. But, like, instead, no, I shied away. I saw my parents as the enemy, and they're not. Like, they may get on your case, and they may yell at you, you may fall out with them, but at the end of the day, they are your family. They are your parents. They are always going to be on your side. Whether you think they are or not, they will always fight in your corner. So no matter how much you get mad at them, no matter how much you think by not telling them you're helping them, honestly, that your parents know you better than anyone else. And no matter how much you might think, oh, they won't understand, they won't get it, they were your age at one point. Like, I was shocked to find out how much, like, my dad, I actually basically followed in the same footsteps as my dad, made all the same mistakes as my dad, and then all he did was just turn around and go, that's how we know you, my son, because you made the exact same mistakes as me growing up. You did the exact same things. Or you made the exact same choices. It's honestly frightening. But at the same time, when we look back at it now, because obviously we're in a better place, like, I didn't know I didn't know, like, when my dad was my age, he had a terrible employer that basically treated him like shit and made him have panic attacks. I didn't know that. Same as getting into trouble and running around with BB guns and with the mates shooting each other and stuff. Like, I did that growing up. My dad did that growing up because it was fun to shoot your mates with BB guns. Same with going out on the drink and getting absolutely rat-assed and waking up with your head resting against the toilet. My dad's done it. I've done it. What else? Chasing the magic dragon, as it were, growing up when you're a kid. If you get that reference. My dad did it. I did it. It wasn't anything like hardcore. It was just grass. But, like, yeah, my dad did it. My dad experimented with it as a kid. I experimented with it as a kid. I don't do it now. I don't. Like father, like son, literally. Yeah, exactly. Smoke weed. Snoop Dogg's favorite thing. Like, my dad tried it when he was 16, 17, 18. I did. I started smoking regular cigarettes when I was 15, I think. Funnily enough, my dad was the same age when he started smoking. Which was absolutely hilarious when they caught me smoking, and instead of chowing at me, they were like, Okay, you don't do it in the living room. You don't do it in the kitchen. Your bedroom is fine, but make sure the window's open. And you buy your own. I was like, all right. And that was it. They just wanted to know why, and I was like, friends were doing it, tried it, kind of enjoyed it. All right, you buy your own. And yeah, that was it. That was the end of. It's quite surprising. It's quite honestly, it's amazing how. Yeah, the funny thing was, like, years later when I got older, I did ask them about it. I was like, why didn't you yell at me or anything like that about smoking? And my dad just looked at me and went, I smoke. It'd be a bit hypocritical for me to tell you not to smoke when I do it. So I was like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. And it was like, and at the same time, the thing about the funny thing was as well is like his dad was the same, because my dad's dad smoked as well, and like when my dad's dad caught him smoking, it was pretty much the exact same thing. You buy your own, you don't do it in the house, or you know, or that sort of thing. Okay. And then I ended up quitting smoking anyway years later. I mean, not really quitting, because I just vaped instead. Right, I am busting for a wee, so I'm gonna nip to the loo real quick. Because I've drank a lot of coffee this morning. So yeah, I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'm back. Right, we need to build a few things as well now. Because I'm guessing they've not got a lot to do. They've got literally nothing to do. Right, we need... what is it? Sewage is sorted. We need to sort water, so that's going to require a break here. Wrong one. Break the pipe just there. We are then going to put a splitter. Where's the path connection go? Goes right down the back. Would do, wouldn't it? Not the direction we want it to go. So maybe if we put it there. Oh, cool. We can connect a pipe there. And then can we connect that one there? Yes, we can. Brilliant. Right. Then we need to bring it this way. So maybe we put another splitter right here. And do that. Building in the way. What building is in the way? Is it this pipe in the way? It might be that pipe. So if we go down a little bit then. Oh, stop it. There we go. And then it works, and then we can go. See, put that on the wrong freaking side. This one's fine. If we can go there, and then... No, that's too close. Okay. We'll try again. If we go... There. There we go. That works. Cool. And then we need power. Thankfully, this one's a bit easier. Power! Yes. Power! Oh, come on. It didn't connect. There we go. And we'll just do the same. Drop it 6 meters. Right over here. Done. Cool. We'll let them crack on with that. And we'll get that opened up as well. No. We'll wait until power, sewage, and all the other stuff's done first. Then we'll do that. But we do need this building. We do need the heat exchanger doing. So yeah, I think overall, Craft, probably the best advice I could ever give you is talk to your parents. Even if you don't want them to do anything, just tell them what your plan is, and that you're going to speak to certain people at your school. Honestly, they will understand, and they might even be able to help you with your studying. Try and help you break it down into smaller plans. If your parents are anything like mine growing up, they even when I made some of the biggest mistakes in my life, they still stand by me, they still support me, and they still, at the end of the day, they still love me, because sort of have to. Because like if your mum's out like mine, you just hate asking for help. I know, but everybody in life needs help at some point, and that was one of the hardest lessons I ever learned, because I was always the one to offer advice, offer help, but then you know, you end up needing to ask for help yourself, and then you feel ashamed for doing it. But the other thing is as well, and it was a difficult thing for me to realize, is it takes a very strong person to ask for help. You're not strong for not asking for help. You are stronger for asking for help. Because my dad was the same as well. He always struggled to ask for help, and then like growing up, he realized it takes a far stronger person to admit they need help and then to ask for that help. And there's nothing wrong with it. Like honestly I've become a much better because I've asked for help. I learned more about myself, and honestly more about what it was that I actually needed the help with, whether it be I didn't know how to do something, or I was unsure what something meant. But honestly, you will feel miles better at asking for help. It's a hard thing to do at first, especially when you're not used to it. You especially when you're the one that's used to giving the help rather than receiving the help. But once you've done it and your problem's out the way, you'll feel a million times better. I can promise you that. Alright, we just need to get this hole filled in. And it's good to see that this is all built. All the roads around here. And we're moving a profit again. Thank goodness for that. This is full. Right. Well, in that case... maybe my issue is that I just let myself fall behind looking at the work I do in the tutorials. I do understand it, kinda. Like, I understand how we got the answer. I just don't understand why. So is it, like, when you say why, is it like, why is that the answer? Is that the bit that you understand? You don't understand? Or is it more, you don't fully understand how we got to the answer? I guess more the saying, I don't understand the rules, laws that apply. Well then, try researching and understanding that part. If you don't understand like why that is the answer, but you understand how you got there, again, break the problem down. Make it into smaller things. So like, what is it specifically in terms of the rules that you don't understand? Maybe you need to do more questions for practice. Well, not really, because that's not going to help you. Like, if you're struggling with understanding the rules / laws of physics, then that's where you need to focus a bit more. Try and understand why that is. Why, like, I went through most of high school and the start of your uni not needing to practice because I just kind of knew the stuff. But now that I don't already know the stuff, I just hit the wall. So then that's where again, coming to speaking to someone to help you understand it a little bit better works and comes in. So if you've hit the wall and you don't understand what it is, then you need to look at breaking it down, so finding out exactly what it is. So for you, it's understanding the rules and laws. We'll try breaking that problem down. What rule specifically, if you can name it specifically, is there certain ones that you're struggling with understanding, instead of like keeping it as the whole I don't understand the reason as to why we get that answer. If that makes sense. I hope so. And again, there's no harm in asking for help. Like, speak to your teachers and stuff. You'll break it all down and study tomorrow. Try, like I said, try speaking to your teachers. Explain it to them, and they might understand it better, because they'll understand a bit more. I've had a horrible headache and a lack of sleep the last few days, so you're dead. Try drinking less tea. I usually only drink 2 cups a day. You're drinking 4. Last time you said you had 8 cups in one day. That's 4 times more than I do, and I'm a regular Brit. Stuck in Britain. You've only been having like 3 or 4 a day. Try a little less. It's there more as an enjoyment drink, one to help you relax, help you feel ready, rather than replacing water entirely. Today you've only had 2, right? No more tea. No more. You're cut off. I'm cutting you off. I will come to, I don't know how, but I will find a way and I will take that box of Yorkshire tea away from you. Yeah, well, I don't ever drink water beforehand, so drinking tea was at least getting some water in you. It's not a substitution. Just because it has water in it, it doesn't mean it's a substitution for drinking water. You need to drink water. Try, I don't know if you have it, but like we call it cordial, or it's concentrated juice that you add water to. Try drinking that. If you can't drink plain water, try drinking the... You just drank a bottle of water, so feel decent. Good. Cordial is good, yeah, but don't do like what I did as a kid and basically have like... Well, you take the full bottle of cordial, pour a little bit into a cup, and then take that bottle and fill the rest of it up with water. That's basically what I used to do. I used to drink it so freaking strong, so it was basically more cordial than it was juice. Straight cordial is fun though. I did used to drink it straight out the bottle as well, but it has such little water in it, especially the stuff that you can get now. Like we can get the quadruple strength one where you barely add any to a cup, and then the rest water, and then it basically flavors the water. It turns it back into normal juice. So try drinking more than that. It's mad what they sell now. Yeah, because as a kid, when I was your age and younger, it was just the normal stuff. You did used to have to add a lot in it, and then I don't know when it was, but maybe 10 years ago or something, you got the double strength, maybe even more than that, I don't know. But at some point they came out with a double strength, and now like in the last couple of years you've been able to get quadruple the strength. I honestly am waiting for the point where they basically sell you just a bag or a bottle of citric acid and just say, there you go, make sure you add plenty of water. like literally a drop, and then the rest of it water. That'd be insane. I can't remember what I came over here to buy now. I distracted myself too much. Oh yeah, wait, it was train carriages, cargo wagons. Start. Right, we need the coal train to come back up. Because I'm going to take 2 carriages off him, put them on this train. We need 2 more of them cargo wagons. Right, we've got 6. Cool. So they're going to carry 8 each. Because you're going through a similar headache ritual that I went through, and it was because I was drinking lots of coffee, lots of tea, and I found out a big contributor to stress and anxiety is caffeine. Like it's insane, and it also is caffeine has big ties to depression as well. So I was drinking a lot of coffee, a lot of tea, then a lot of fizzy drinks, soft drinks, that sort of thing, like Dr. Pepper, because I love Dr. Pepper so much. But it was it was one of the big contributing factors to my anxiety and depression remaining in place rather than improving and getting better. So cutting that down, which is why I limit myself to 1 coffee a day and 2 cups of tea. That's the most I'll drink. If I'm having a tea or a coffee, it's 1 coffee a day and that's it. No more, no less. Well, I can have less, but you know, and 2 cups of tea. If I have a cup of tea, and then sorry, let me try that again. If I have a fizzy drink, that means I can't have, you know, it takes away one of my cups of tea that I can have, basically. So that way I'm not getting too much caffeine per day. And honestly, my anxiety and the amount of, like, because like what I used to go through was like, especially with the depression, I'd just be stood, the last one that I had, I was just stood in the kitchen, I was making my dinner, and I just started crying, no reason. And that is something I've never done before. So I was freaked out because I was like, what the hell is going on? But then when I spoke to one of my friends about it, it was like, yeah, mate, that's depression in a nutshell. Just, you get upset for no reason. And then when I spoke to my therapist about it, one of the things that she asked was, well, how much caffeine do you drink? Because at this point I wasn't at work, I was worried about, you know, money or anything. I was just upset for no reason. And so, like, one of the things that she said was, well, how much caffeine do you have? Do you have a lot of soft drinks? Do you have a lot of this? And I was like, yeah, I usually have like maybe 1 or 2 coffee a day. I'll have a couple of cups of tea a day. When I'm having tea, or you know, when I'm having my tea or my dinner, I'll have a kind of soft drink or something like that if it's warm. If I'm going to work, I'll usually have a can of fizzy drink with me as well, and then when that empties, I'll go get another one if I'm still on my computer doing either this or whatever. Or even if I'm working from home, from my old job, then I would always have a fizzy drink with me. If I went to the office, I'd take a fizzy drink with me. So I was having a lot of fizzy drinks and a lot of coffee, just to make it through a day. And she was like, well, try having less. Started having less. I have not stood and cried over a sandwich for no reason since. So that could be one of the things that's, like, you know, sparing you to feel this way, is you having too much caffeine. You're having a caffeine overload. Caffeine is a bitch. Yeah, it is. It's one of those things where it's helpful, but in moderation. Because she was telling me that she had, and this is the reason why she thought, you know, caffeine might be one of the contributing factors. She had a patient, he wasn't stressed out financially. He wasn't overworked. You know, there was every usual thing that's a contribution to it. Because stress is usually a big cause of the problems for anxiety and depression. There was nothing stressing him out in his life. He wasn't worried about anything. He wasn't worried about his job. He wasn't being overworked. And he just couldn't get rid of this big ball of anxiety that was building up in his chest. And it was like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's the issue is, and after she had a couple of sessions with him, and you know, sat down and was chatting, found out he was drinking 12 cups of coffee a day. 12 coffees a day, and then soft drinks on top of that, and energy drinks and that sort of stuff. Everything that had pretty much everything he was drinking paired throughout one day had caffeine in it. 12. Jesus Christ. Yeah, a lot of coffee, a lot of caffeine. And she was like, the only thing that I can see having any effect on you is the caffeine, so I'd like you to reduce it. He heard this and decided, no, I'm not having caffeine. So a couple of weeks went by. She told him to reduce the caffeine. A couple of weeks went by. Next session comes in. How are you feeling? He was like, I feel freaking amazing. And she's like, well, how much coffee are you having per day? How many soft drinks are you having? None. He was like, I've not had any for 2 weeks. I'll cut it out completely. I went home. He's still got like coffee in his house for like when people come over and that sort of thing, but he threw all the soft drinks, all the energy drinks away. And he's not had coffee, tea, energy drinks, soft drinks, anything with caffeine. He's just not had it, and he felt amazing. And it was like, well, you can have some. It was like, nope, if caffeine's the issue, I'm not having caffeine in any shape or form. So he basically he just went cold turkey with caffeine, and it felt amazing. And I heard that and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna limit myself because I like coffee, I like tea, I don't want them gone. So soft drinks, I just stopped drinking them. I'll have them like if we're having like some, you know, I've got friends over or whatever, I'll have one. If it's, but rest of the time, I'm sat here with my giant ass cup that I got from Iceland, and it's got juice and all water in it, and that's it. And honestly, I feel miles, but I still have the anxiety. That's not gone completely. Probably just because I always worry about stuff when I Kyle that. But it's not about getting rid of stress completely. It's not about getting rid of things that make you worried. Anxiety is a normal thing. It's about controlling the how much anxiety we feel. Because to function as people, we need stress. But when it gets too much, that's when it's a problem. Anxiety is just part of me. Anxiety is part about how I live. Yeah, it's about controlling the amount. When it gets too much, it becomes a problem. When it's too little, it becomes a problem. Because when you don't have any stress and you don't have any anxiety, you become lethargic. You know, you still go the same way as having too much stress, where you just want to curl up away until it goes away. But it's not about getting rid of it completely. It's not about having zero stress. You need a little stress. You need a little bit, because that's the driving force to get you to do things. So you need a little bit, not too much. And then it's trying to understand how to manage it. Like for me, like if it's something that's due in a month, I don't worry about it. If it's something that's due in a couple of days, then I'm like, well, why haven't I got it done already? That's how I look at things. I prioritize things in a way of, right, what needs to be completed soonest. And yeah, it's not stress-free, because there is a little bit, but not a lot worries me these days. I'm not worried about it anymore, because I know it's going to get done. I know it's going to get seen to. I know that bill's going to get paid, or you know, things like that. Like it doesn't need to be done right away, so I don't worry about it. I'll leave it till the end of the day and panic, complete it. It's not good. I tell myself to change, but I never change. And this is where you've got to be proactive with it. You've got to force yourself to change. Humans by nature struggle to change unless they absolutely are required to. Because humans are a creature of habit. And it's... You've got to, only you can break that habit. But it takes 3 days to force a new habit. After 3 days, it becomes very easy. So if you're wanting to change a habit, it's another one of small steps. But you've got to push yourself to keep doing it. So it's do it once and then do it again, and then by the 3rd time it's a new habit. And it's just pushing yourself to do it those times. It's why they say, like, if you're wanting to quit smoking and go cold turkey, the 3rd day is the hardest day. If you can get past the 3rd day, everything else is a breeze. And honestly, it really is. It's weird how much a rule of 3 applies to everyday things. You want to learn a new habit? 3 days. And by the 3rd day, it'll be a new habit. So try getting yourself into a routine that will make you change. So maybe like when you get home from uni, college, whatever, try... I don't know what time you get back, but say for argument's sake, you get back home at 4 o'clock and you're not going to have tea until 5 or 6. So try getting yourself into the habit of, right, I'll do an hour of studying, then have tea, and then I can have chill out time. Or an hour of homework, then have tea, then chill out time. Like, once you get yourself into that routine, then it becomes a new habit, and then you don't procrastinate. And because it's exactly what I used to do when I started doing YouTube. I used to, right, get home from work between 4 and 5, record a video, then have tea. Because it usually took about an hour and a quarter to record one episode. That's the recording done. Then I'd go have tea. So at that point it'd be 5 or 6 o'clock. Chill out for a little bit with the missus and the dog, and then I would go up and edit it. And then once I've edited it, then it needs to render, and at that point it's out of my hands. There's nothing for me to do. And so I find myself where like 7 o'clock I'd go up and edit, leave it to render, which would take about an hour, and then upload it. So when it comes to, we go upstairs at 9 o'clock, because that's the dog's bedtime, 9 o'clock on a night. Then go upstairs. Usually by the time I go upstairs, it's got a little bit of time left to render, or it's just finished rendering, and then I can upload it and schedule it. And I got myself into that habit and that routine that it just became normal. And so I'd still get some time with the missus, and then still get some time to myself on an evening, and everything that I need to do in the day is done. So I'd go to work 8 o'clock till 4 o'clock, get home, or if I was working from home that day, finish, record an episode, go downstairs, make tea, see the dog, see the missus, have tea. 7 o'clock, go up, edit it, go back downstairs, chill out for like half an hour. Sometimes I'd still be editing at 9 o'clock, but it depends on what happens and how much I needed to do. Until eventually I found myself getting, because I got into that routine of doing that, I was like, well, how can I make the edit smoother? And I found that doing certain things during the recording, I'm not going to give away my trade secrets, but doing certain things during the recording made it a lot easier in the editing, so I had less editing to actually do. So I started doing that, and honestly, it brought the edit time down just by having a smoother recording experience. I was like, yeah, this is saving me so much editing time that I then got a little bit more time with the missus and the dog. So I got like an extra 20 minutes, half an hour with them on an evening. And so you'll find yourself, once things become habit, you start finding easier and easier way of things doing them, because that becomes your new habit. And you're like, right, how can I make this easier? How can I make this smoother? How can I make this better? And honestly, it works. And it's weirdly amazing on how well it works. That sounds good. I can try that. Yeah, but it's... all these things are just have taken me 30 years to figure out. Okay, I'll try creating a habit out of studying. Exactly. And then once you've done it, obviously, because it's not something you enjoy, you want to do it less. But if you try making it something you enjoy, try giving yourself a goal, a target, and something, and then you give yourself something to reward yourself. It's afterwards, whether that be, I don't know, a couple of hobnobs, a cup of tea, make sure it's something you actually enjoy, something you're going to look forward to. And that way you end up developing that habit, and then you end up enjoying it because you get a reward after it. You listen to music so you can focus and enjoy it a little, but listening to music doesn't work in lectures for obvious reasons. Yeah. So it's trying to find a way that makes it more enjoyable. Try, and when you don't see something as work, then you start enjoying it. So it's about tricking yourself into finding a way to enjoy it, and then that way you take things on board. Like for me, it was, and it's probably why I enjoyed chemistry so much, it's when we got to do the hands-on experiments and we got to do them, and I got to visualize and see what the reaction was, why it does that, and then, oh, it does this and that, and for me, that was the way I enjoyed chemistry more, is because I got to see it, I got to get hands-on and do it. It was the same with the physics lessons when we did like the egg drop stuff, and we got to do hands-on practical stuff, or make bridges out of popsicle or ice cream sticks or whatever you want to call them, tongue depressors. When we got to do practical stuff like that, I really got engaged with it because I got to see and do stuff. But whereas when we was sat learning and listening, I tried using examples, like whenever they gave an example of stuff, I was like, well, is that similar to like how this was with the bridge stuff, or is it like with the egg drop and stuff? It was just trying to find ways in order for you to enjoy it, and then once you start enjoying it, it becomes an easier habit to mold and shape and get what you want out of it. But again, this is stuff that you don't learn at school or college and stuff. They don't teach you ways to try and make it more fun. They just, especially here in the UK when I was at school, it was just spout shit at kids and hope it landed. And it hardly ever landed for some kids. But this is stuff that I've had to learn and figure out myself with, okay, I want to learn a new skill. I want to learn how to edit. So how can I make it more enjoyable? Well, I can get hands-on and do it. I want to learn how, like broadband, like I got into networking and broadband just by sheer coincidence. And it was just out of my own whim. I stumbled across a YouTube channel called Linus Tech Tips, and I fell in love with networking, and then I found, what's his name now? Network Chuck. And he started talking a bit more in depth about it. But then the way for me to enjoy it and figure it out was get hands on. So I acquired a router. the home router and started messing with it and turning the internet off when people were using it and all this other stuff, and pissed my parents off because I broke the internet. But then for me it was okay, well now I've got to fix it, so let's figure out how to fix it. And it was a lot of stress, a lot of worry. I didn't know really what I was doing, but eventually I fixed it. Thank you for your advice, Clive. It means a lot. No problem, dude, no problem. I'm just glad I can help, and I hope I've helped in some way, because I know it's not easy. It's not easy being your age. It was a nightmare being your age for me, and to be honest, I think it's probably a lot more pressure and a lot more stress on your generation than it was on my generation. Especially with the fact that a lot of education systems, like especially the UK one, it hasn't changed since the 1800s, 1900s, and it needs a revamp. And to be honest, it would help if there was more teachers that were more passionate about teaching. I was quite lucky, especially for chemistry and physics. I had 2 teachers, oh, and electronics as well. I had 2 teachers that loved their job teaching. And because they loved their job and enjoyed it, they were more willing to get more engaged with me as a student and other kids. So I know it's not easy, and I know it's difficult, but it's, yeah, for me at least, for learning, it's getting hands-on. And so if just find out which way you prefer learning and how you understand things better, and try and make little tasks for yourself that include that way that you prefer learning. If it's hands-on, try and find a way to make it hands-on. If it's pictures and videos, try and find ways to get the information through pictures and videos. 1 second, there's someone at my door. One of my girlfriend's book deliveries. Because we don't have enough books in this house, apparently. Apparently we need more. Right, yeah, we're just letting this build. Wait, that... What are you? Are you here for this? I think you are, but it's... For some reason you're over there. Right, we need path upgrades, so let's finish some pathing upgrades. That'll do for now there. And we need a road upgrade, so let's do that one and that one. We'll get that one upgraded, then they can go this way around. To be honest, we probably should have done this way first. So we'll let them complete that, and then we'll go up that way. And we'll get that way complete. Bum 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 ba da ba da ba da bum 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 ba da bum bum ba. Also, if you need help, Craft, with a kick up the backside to study, just come and announce that you're here in my streams, and I will make sure you study each day. I will be on you like white on rice. I have no idea what the hell that phrase means, but I will make sure you study. I'll keep that in mind. Just pop on it. Yeah, you won't announce that you're here. I know what you'll do. You'll shy away. A verbal berating from Clark sounds like a hell of a motivator. Yes, because if flying planes is something you want to do, you better buckle down and study, punk. You better be hitting those books, mister, otherwise I will hit you with those books. And I'm sure I'll find ways to... I'm sure I might be able to find a way to motivate you. Just be like, well, I'll just have to keep timing you out of my stream until you study. I'll time you out for 60 minutes. Sir, yes, sir. I will hit the book, sir. Nah, but in all seriousness, though, it is something you do need to do. Especially if your dream is to fly a plane, because then one day, and if I ever get the opportunity to visit Australia, and just think you could be in that cockpit, and I could be one of your passengers, and there's your opportunity to crash the plane. So I can no longer be a plague on this world. Nah, in all seriousness, no. It'll be amazing. Because I'm looking forward to that day that you turn around and say you've passed your uni, and you're still on track to becoming a pilot. And hopefully I am in a position where I get to visit Australia and you can come and show me your plane. Or I can go see you and you can show me your plane. And I will stand there pretending to understand I know what you're on about. Ah, yeah, that's the driving seat. That's where you grab the steering wheel. No problem, dude. Honestly, that's one of the biggest things I'm gutted about, is that I never got to be a pilot. I am gutted about that. And it's all well and good, we've got flight sims these days, but it's not the same. It's never going to recreate that feeling of being in the air. Especially not when I'm still in a converted bedroom that I've turned into an office. No matter how many fans I get, it's not going to be the same. It gives me the opportunity to actually fly a plane. But it's not the same as actually being in the air. And honestly, I'd rather do the real thing. I'd rather be in an F-16 or an F-15 or an F-18. Maybe not an F-18, because that's just a flying computer. It basically does everything for you. But it's always been one of those things of just like, well, what if I did things a little bit different? Maybe I could have, maybe. And I don't want to live that way. My pilot license will be valid in the UK, so when I'm over there one day, I can rent a plane and take you up and teach you the stuff and help you get your private license. That'd be amazing. Honestly, if I ever get the opportunity, I will 100% try to stream me going through and getting my pilot's license, or at least even make a YouTube series on it. I would love to do something like that, but I'm not in a position to do that. Maybe one day if this ever does become a full-time job, I would love for that to happen. Then I could do that. But even if it's just settling for hiring a plane and having him fly in a circle for an hour, that would be amazing. Not yet. It might happen, it might not. I'd rather it be the latter, you know, actually happen, but I'm not putting all my eggs in one basket. That's why I've still got a job. As well as this. So I'm grateful to be in a position where I only need a part-time job. So I can do this. That's good enough for that's good enough for me. Job security is always good to have. Yeah. It's something I can fall back on, and then hey, if this don't work, then I can always look at just like picking up more hours or going back into full-time job. But honestly, right now, this is good for my mental health. So I'm gonna do this for as long as I need to. As long as I need to stay sane. Because I don't feel I'm still not at the point where I'm 100%. I don't feel 100% myself. Because there's still like before all the anxiety and everything. There was never really a voice in my head of like worried that if people like me or if I said the wrong thing, if I've gone too far or whatever. Because like I was always in the honestly, man, I hope you can do this for a living because your stuff is great. You're flattering me too much. You're being too kind. It freaks me out when people are being too kind. But I appreciate that. I appreciate it. I'm glad you enjoy it. Like I say, I'm lucky. I'm one of the few people that actually managed to get an audience relatively quickly. So I'm grateful to you guys. I'm glad we found each other. But I can't remember what I was saying. Yeah, I don't feel 100% myself still. So for me, this has been a kind of an outlet, really. Like it started off with the YouTube to help me to get over the anxiety, because then I had to speak. I had to talk to people, even though there wasn't really there. I had to pretend there was talking back to me. So this like sort of helps because I get an immediate someone talking back through the chat. So it's helping me get back to being more like myself. Because before I would just say stuff and not worry about, you know, if it upsets someone. I never intend to upset people. Like don't take that the wrong way. I don't intend to upset people. That's not it. It's more I'd say stuff in a joking way, trying to get, you know, or like trying to wind people up, you know, but in a banter way. And so I was never really like sort of worried about what other people thought of me until the anxiety, and then there's always been that little voice in the back of my head being like, you shouldn't have said that, or they're not going to like that. But then that wasn't really me in the first place. I wasn't too worried about what other people thought of me. I was just there to have a laugh, have fun. You know, I didn't want to have the fun that like sort of ruins other people's enjoyment. But it was just, you know, I just always sort of like kept to myself and tried to have fun and enjoy stuff. And now there's always this little voice like, you know, you shouldn't have said that, you shouldn't have done that. And it just bugs the hell out of me because it's hard to explain unless you experience it yourself. But not feeling yourself is a horrible feeling. So like I'd love to get back to the point where I feel 100% myself. For a while now I've been sort of stuck at like sort of 19. What I like to say is like a sort of 90-95% myself. But there's still always that doubt in my head and in my mind of, am I doing it right? Am I saying the right things? Is that going to upset people? Are people going to find that funny? Or you know, just little things like that I never used to be bothered about. I had more I think what I'm getting at is I had more confidence in myself. And I'm slowly getting there. And to be honest, I feel like this helps. So if this helps me get back to feeling 100% myself, then good. It's I don't want to feel this way anymore. I want to feel myself and not someone that's like sort of watching themselves. If that makes sense. Oh no, I have trouble explaining things. It's difficult for me to say how things are and try and explain how it is. It's probably because I never really do it, and I never really did it growing up. I never really explained to people how I feel or what I was feeling or anything. So it's probably where it stems from. Language is hard. Yeah, English is my first language, and yet I'm terrible at it. And there's me wanting to learn Japanese. And trying to learn Japanese. I'm already terrible at one language. Why be terrible at two? It's like as well, this little stutter I do as well. I never used to have that until the anxiety. It's strange. I just have more confidence in my speaking. It's bizarre. It really is bizarre. I don't know if it's a case of just like it's what happens when you get older and you just develop a new version of yourself based on your life experiences, or what. I just bottle up all my feelings. That's what I did. And then when you get really drunk, you explode. And it's not good to bottle up your feelings. It's not. I've done it for years. You don't want to get to 30 and then have anxiety. There's my favourite gooner. Oh, here he comes. Here comes Quaker. How's it going, man? How's it going? But yeah, you don't bottle up your feelings. Find someone you can talk to. And anytime something's upsetting you or bothering you, don't bottle it in. Let it out. But not in a way that means a baseball bat to someone's head. Yeah, I'm good, mate. How are you? I am pretty good, my dude. I'm pretty good. Just trying to build a farm at the minute. But yeah, I've had a pretty decent weekend. Tell you what, I've had the weirdest fuck come into my stream recently. Oh. I've not. So I don't. If you're hoping for some advice on how to deal with that, I'm not sure, but I can give it a go. Tell me about it. Explain. If you can. I'll go 15 workers should be enough. I think we need to build another house. Yes, we do. Didn't need to get to 30. Cracked when I turned 18. Oh, 1 second. Oh. cracked when I turned 18 and completely lost control of my understanding of reality. Ran from home for a few days. Since then, you've been to therapy, joined uni, tried repairing your relationship with your family. And this is where like talking about this sort of stuff with your parents, with any close friends that you feel like you can talk to about it, that's where it comes. And it's probably why, like, because when I was like your age and stuff, I was stressed out. I don't even know what it was about, but I got into an argument with my younger brother and I had him pinned to the floor gasping for air, and I had just this uncontrollable rage and I just couldn't stop myself. My nana and my granddad were terrified and tried pulling me away and stuff, and yeah, it was weird. But then, and like a couple of days later, reflecting on it and stuff, I was like, that wasn't me. I don't know who that was. What the hell? Like, even I was terrified. And yeah, that was just all the pent up rage from being bullied at school, and stress from school, teachers getting on my case about I'm not learning this, that and the other and stuff. And it's like, well, it's your fault. That you're not doing anything to prevent me from being bullied, and all you're doing is just sending me home, so I'm not learning and stuff. So all that sort of stuff just pent up and just boiled and just snapped. And the daft thing is, like, to this day I don't even know or remember what me and my younger brother were arguing about. So it clearly couldn't have been that important, and clearly was nothing. So like, from there it was just, right, I've got to deal with this stuff and talk about it. And thankfully, like, the friends that I've grown up with, I just started opening up to them and just talking to them about it. Like, I didn't want them to fix anything, or, you know, I wasn't expecting them to offer me any help or advice, but just having someone to talk to and just get everything out that I was feeling made me feel better and helped me deal with it and get on with it. I don't really know why I ended up how I was. I'm just trying to change, but part of me still feels the same as I did before the snap. And that's what I think, you just need someone that you can just sit with, whether it be on the phone, in person, that you can just open up to. Because without that, I don't know what would have happened. Anything could have happened, and I probably wouldn't be where I am now. With that happening, I could have spiraled, drugs, alcohol, I could have fell into any of them, or even worse. Like, because I was at literal rock bottom. I was at the point of offing it and just hitting the big off light at one point, and that was a real reality that my brain was considering. So having someone to talk to and deal with it and get it out there really helped. Just having someone to talk to makes you feel so much better. You feel less alone in the world, just having someone with that sort of outlet. No, I don't need advice. I just banned the effort and his alts. He knew your full birth name. That is weird. For me, the one thing that I've seen with that is, if that does happen, a lot of things that I've seen have just been ban them, delete the message, don't react, and delete the VOD. So it was a bit strange. Have I ever played Cosmotia? No, I do not recognize the name. Fair was there too. I don't know what you mean by that, quick. Yeah, I still occasionally think about the big off light, but I press on. The important bit is not giving in. Not giving in. Never give up. Yeah, it was bloody weird. Dude was so sus. Yeah. Yeah, that's weird. But yeah, that's having someone to talk to is, and having someone you can open up to. That was the biggest thing that helped me, and he's one of my moderators. He's still stuck with me to this day. So yeah, that's the best advice ever is just find someone you can talk to and find someone you can truly open up, because there's a saying in psychology that, and this is what got me really interested in psychology. There's a saying in psychology that we wear 3 masks. There's one we show to everyone. There's a version of ourselves we only show to our close friends and family. And then there's the real version of us that we only show to ourselves. And it's having someone you can show that real version of yourself to. Whether it be friend, family, partner, whatever. You need someone to see that real version of you. You need someone to show the real version of you to. It's not necessarily just any one random person, anyone random. It's going to be someone that you've shown your second mask to. Or I think the one that I've seen people refer to it as versions of yourself, masks, and things like that. But there's the one that everyone sees. There's 3 different versions of yourself. There's the version you show to everyone. There's the version you show to your friends and family and your other close loved ones, and the version you show that you only show to yourself. You need to bring someone from either your close friend group or family and show them the real you. Show them the hurt that's inside. Without that, it's very difficult to go on. It's very difficult to keep fighting. So yeah, I'm glad I found someone, and honestly it was terrifying, but at the same time he showed me his true self and we became best friends. I'd even say we're more like brothers than we are friends. We're there through everything. We've been through everything together, and we will always go through everything together. My friend mask is funny and nerdy. My family mask is cut off and see you next Tuesday. Myself is unknown. I use anger to mask everything. I did when I was your age. I don't know which side of me is the true me at this point. Maybe I need to see a therapist again. Possibly, yeah, it can help, because if you're unsure who your true self is, then you need to find that. Only you can find the only way. Let me try again. Let me have a drink and then I'll try speaking. So only you gets to only you gets to decide what version of you is the true version of you. And secondly, only you can find that version of you. But it's not a case of necessarily going out and finding it. It's what version of you do you want to be? And then letting that shine. Do you want to be the one that's angry all the time? I didn't. I hate being angry. I hate being pissed off. It's not necessarily I hate that emotion, because obviously we need that emotion, but I don't want to be walking around upset, stressed out, pissed off. I want to be the happy, go-lucky, loves life, tries to live it to the fullest version of myself. So that's the one that I focused on. How do I keep that way? And it's not necessarily about hiding things, masking things and things like that. It's, right, what are my biggest problems? What is causing me the most stress? What makes me feel angry all the time? And then understanding that, and then doing something about it, and motivating myself to do something about it. I like being friendly, but at home I just get annoyed so easy, and just anger flows endlessly. Well, what is it? because obviously it's not going to be. Is it being at home that makes you upset? Is it like you need to find the trigger, what is causing it? There is a root cause to everything. So it's trying to understand it. Is it certain rules while you're at home? Is it you can't do certain things? Is it, do you just feel like you can't behave a certain way? And if so, why do you feel that way? That's what you need to understand and try to figure out it. And it's not easy. Honestly, it's really not. Like I say, I'm not going to sugarcoat things. Things are easy. But trying to understand things, especially from a different point of view, or trying to understand yourself a little bit better, can go a long way. So it's just try and figure things out. I think it might be my siblings and just how my family works, but at the same time I might just be a see you next Tuesday. Well, I am, and I'm a happy-go-lucky, so it's no one's just born and a see you next Tuesday. It's, a lot of how you are is down to your upbringing and your environment. Sometimes it is just you're born that way, but environmental factors play a big part. And like, maybe you just need a bit more privacy, or maybe just have more family activities. That's one of the things that I miss the most. Is once I moved out and got my own place, I realized how much I actually enjoyed having my family around a lot. Yeah, it bugged me a lot when I was at home. I was raised getting basically whatever I wanted, and so I took most things for granted and just became ungrateful. I think that's one of your biggest issues, is realizing that. And realizing that is probably a big step and probably a big help towards it. So maybe it's just you need to work on trying to be more appreciative of things and trying to take things for granted less. How you go about that, I'm not sure. Because for my upbringing is we didn't have a lot, we didn't get a lot. Everybody else around us did. Like, other kids at school were having like new bags, new shoes, going on holidays all the time, going up to different countries. I'll do some research on how to show appreciation. It's saying thank you. Like the saying thank you is one way when you get given something, and it's learning not to expect, or like you don't walk. Let me try. I'm struggling to phrase this. I know exactly what I want to say as well. It's not expecting to get something. It's doing something for someone else and not expecting anything in return. That is one way people take things for granted. They do things expecting something in return. Another thing is expecting other people to do things for you. Is another way people take things for granted. But when you like, for me, I was growing up expecting to do everything myself, like except for like making tea and laundry and stuff, but like if I wanted something, I had to find ways to earn it, whether it be pocket money, helping out around the house and doing things like that. My mum for years asked what I would like for my birthday, and I would just say money, because she does, but she doesn't like that. She has to get something physical to give. I get it now. Yeah, I would do the same, but I would say nothing. I never wanted anything for my birthday. I still don't. For Christmas, I don't want people to get me something, because I don't expect them to get me anything. And so for me, I think it's just a case of we've had slightly different upbringings. I've had the upbringing of you're your mother's youngest, so you was babied. Yeah, see, my little brother he was babied. And like anytime something happened, like anytime I wouldn't like give him things, or I wouldn't let him, like if something was mine, it was mine. Like I never wanted him to, like, my PlayStation or things like that. And because growing up, we shared a lot. Like for years and years, me and my oldest brother, because there's only a year apart between me and my oldest brother, whereas there's 5 years between me and my youngest brother. And for years growing up, me and my eldest brother, we shared a Nintendo. We shared, you know, anytime we had a console, we shared it. It was both of us to use. So when we got older, and I was finally able to my parents were finally able to afford a console for each of us. My older brother went down the Xbox route. I went down the PlayStation route. And so growing up, my mum wanted me to share everything with my youngest. Now I was like, well, I've spent years sharing with my older brother. I wanted something to be my own. My brother's view on family doesn't help either. He is convinced he had a hard childhood and thinks he's so busy. He really isn't busy. But try seeing it from his perspective, because for what you see as busy might not seem busy to you, you know. So it's trying to learn to see things from other people's perspective. So for him, for you, doing like 10 things at once might be easy, and you might not see that as being busy. You see that as normal, but for him that might not be normal. So what you see as like a hill, he might see it as a mountain. So it's understanding, like, not everybody sees the same things in the same way. So, like this, and this is one thing that I always said to my previous boss. Like, he wanted everyone to do the same amount of work, but I'm like, well, that's not gonna work, because I might find something easy that somebody else finds difficult, and vice versa. And so expecting us all to do the same amount of work is unreasonable, because like if you expect us to get through like 10 tasks a day, I might find that easy, or I might find that difficult, but somebody else might find that easy. So it doesn't work. So you've got to tailor the workload to the individual. And so, yeah, it's understanding everybody's different, and at the same time, everybody's the same. I know that's a weird concept, but everybody is different and everybody is the same at the same time. So we all do the same things, and we all experience things the same way, and we all go through the same life. But it's just some people have had things a little bit easier than others, and some people have had to fight and struggle for things, whereas Like for years growing up, there was moments where we didn't have a lot of money, so we didn't have a lot of food. And then later, and then, you know, because dad in and out of work or getting laid off and things like that. So I've gone through life understanding that a lot of the times you have to fight. You have to put up a tough front. Sometimes you have to put on a tough face and just bear it and grit and bear it. Sometimes you have to do more than one job to make ends meet. So for me, that's normal. But for somebody else that's had things given to them, that's not normal. And so just learning to see things from a different perspective really is a different, it's a difficult thing to do, but it gets easier as you get older. So yeah, how are we doing housing wise? I don't think our guys have got much to do at the moment. They do not. So we're going to keep upgrading roads, and we're going to give them a bunch of paths to upgrade as well. I'll be back shortly. Sorry. No problem, dude. No problem. I'm going to go grab my lunch in a moment. I'm just queuing up some tasks for these guys. What else do we want them to do? We are coming this way. We've got this road done. You know what? We might as well... Oh, wrong one. Yeah, we don't want to demolish the road. That would be a bit of a disaster. But we will get these roads paved. I don't normally want to pave an a ramp, but it'll just look a bit nicer rather than having the gravel. That's another thing. I want to put the stuff in here as well. So I want this guy because I absolutely love this building. I think it is amazing. It looks so cool. And that's going to go right there. We do want a like sports field. What should we get them? A volleyball court, basketball and volleyball court. A football pitch. You know what? If we play this right, we might be able to get more than one of these, so we might be able to have a few. We want the path. Oh, that's a bit close. You know what? We'll do it from this side. And we'll bring it up there. There we go. Beautiful. And I do want to get a playground. Where are they? They're in this one, aren't they? Which one's the big one? That one. Oh, that is really big. But we might be able to squeeze it in here. We can. Lovely. So we'll get that path right there. We'll get another one. Oh, is it a random node? It's not. Right, so there's not a lot I can do about that then. So it's going to have to be one or the other. That one. And then we'll do a path across here as well. Connect that there. And you know what? I'm just going to do a path straight across there as well. And that was a shorter route rather than going around to get to the kids' playground. And then we might even be able to get something else in here if we've got something. Have we got something small we could put in there? Where's the sporty stuff there? So this is what? This is a football field. Because not everybody might like football. I know they're probably just going to take it as the same anyway. But maybe just close that. Maybe a basketball is a heck of a squeeze that way. It's a heck of a squeeze that way. Maybe then a tennis court. No, that's just as bad. Just as bad. That's too big. Volleyball court. If we did that, we could get it in. I don't like it. No, I'm not gonna bother. I'm just gonna put a monument there instead, I think. I think that'll be nicer. So let's have a look at the monuments. We could go with a red star. It's not a bad idea. What about one of the other ones that we've got? These are all really small though, aren't they? This one doesn't tell me how much it increases, so I don't actually know if it's actually increasing government loyalty. That's definitely too big. Although I do love it, it does look amazing. That's too big. And also looks amazing. There's an R2 missile monument. But that's another one of them that we might be able to put somewhere else. So I'm thinking we go with the red star. We'll pop that right there. We'll let them build that up. And that'll look absolutely amazing. Let's get that road upgraded as well. And you know what? We'll upgrade that one too. So we'll do them both at the same time. Right. That should be enough for them to get on with. We're going to prioritize these two roads so they get them done as quick as possible. That way this isn't pinched off. And I'm going to go grab my sandwich. So, yeah, I'll be back in 2 minutes. Once I have acquired the sandwich. I was just plugging in my headphone charger so I can charge my headphones for a little bit. Right, I'll go grab my sandwich. I'll be back in 2 minutes. I am back. From outer space. Just turn around now, 'cause I can't look you in the face. Right, head ponies on. Right, how are we looking? Oh, bugger. Right out of money. Right, there we go. Shit's moving again. Right, he's moving again. So we're going to tell him to go there. Because we need to sort this coal train out. And I think we need to start making our own power. How much are we spending on power? Last month. 2,600. And that could have helped us get under the 20,000 mark. Right, this is the next flat we're going to build. Naturally, no, we don't want to do it just yet. Because, yeah, we've got a fair few, haven't we, on this one already. Right, Trin's here. Let's get 2 carriages on him. Copy that one to him. Send him on his way. And the loading is unavailable. There you go. It's because the train was already on its way out. Wait, where's you going? You should be going there. Whatever.
The 600 started stalking you.
Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Sorry, I was in the middle of eating my sandwich. I want to know if there's a way we can add a node on this bridge, because that is one huge section. I wonder if there's something in the workshop. Because we need to make that a smaller section, because that is a massive freaking... Well, you saw the train had to wait up here. And we can't have that. Yes, we need to do something about that. Right, where's our construction office? How much are they doing? They're still insanely busy with this area. And we've got a good amount of workers there now. So how are we doing here? Why is there no workers here? Workers! Where the frig you at? There was 2. I mean, to be fair, this is nearly full. Right, our coal trains are working amazingly. Looks like my thought was right. Have more than one is better than having one giant one. Because while he's still empty and the other one's probably back. Let's see where he is. He's nearly arrived. So yeah, it is a little bit less that the that is carrying, but it's more frequent, and that's what I was after. Higher frequency. In my opinion, higher frequency is better than higher capacity. I'd rather make 100 small trips than one giant trip. Because you gotta wait for it to get loaded. Alright, I'm starting to think about putting in another log in here. Because this doesn't seem to be... It's not producing as fast as I was hoping. Alright, this isn't producing as fast. Maybe we just need to ensure the work.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
I forgot I added that. I completely forgot about that. I haven't got it so you type it. No, that'd hurt my brain too much. Hello again, me old codger. Oh man, right in the middle of trying to swallow a sandwich as well. I nearly choked. You could have ended me. Right. Now that I'm not choking on bread, maybe we just upgrade to asphalt. That would be faster. Shit, sorry mate, didn't realise you were eating at that exact... No, it's fine mate, it's fine. If anything, it'd have just been funnier. That got a bit dark. Ah, well, whatever. It's fine, dude. Don't worry about it. I'm not mad. Funnier. Yeah. Better to laugh about something than cry. Maybe it's just my twisted sense of humor. Right. We need to make the boards more efficient. Because they're not working properly. And we're not producing as quickly as I wanted to. It looks to me like it's a staffing issue. Me on the phone to 999. Yes, hello, I'm watching a streamer. His name is Clark. He's somewhere in Yorkshire. He's choking on a sandwich. I'm not going to give away where I live. I don't want weirdos showing up at my house. You're gonna pretend you don't know already. Well, I don't know your address, of course. You know the town? That's creepy. I also got myself a cup of tea. I mean, oh yeah, to be fair. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I was a bit when that got mentioned, I was a little bit annoyed. Cuz it was the person I was talking to about it. And I was a bit annoyed about him. So I don't mind mentioning I don't mind mentioning the fact that I'm from Yorkshire, but can forget it if you want. Because the person who was talking about it too, he mentioned it, and I was like, I didn't want to say anything. But like, it is what it is. Because part of me was thinking that he was gonna mention like the particular parts of where I grew up and stuff, and I was like, honestly, my hand was hovering over the ban button. Or at least the delete button. But it's fine. It's fine. As long as it don't get spread out there. Information is no longer in my database. Clark's location is Yorkshire. Yeah, and that's as much as most people need to know. Because if I did reveal what I look like and stuff like that, it's because it does worry me that people recognize me, and I think again it stems back to my anxiety. I always worry that people are following me home, even though I'm not that interesting to be followed home. But like stuff like that does worry me, because I've seen like horror stories and stuff from other streamers, and one of the other streamers that I absolutely adore and love is a VTuber called Camilla, and it's because of what happened to her that terrifies me. And what had happened was, I know you have a beard, not bald, but not full head of hair, and that's about it. So it narrows you down to about 90% of men in Yorkshire. I'm good with them odds. Although to be fair, I think my laugh is quite unique, so I think if anything would give me away, it'd be my laugh. Because I've got a few goofy laughs that I do when I find things funny. So the thing that it worries me is because Camilla was doing a live stream, and to be honest, it wasn't that long ago either. And one of the things our viewers wanted to do was to send us stuff as like a thank you, a bit of it like appreciation stuff, and a lot of it was like handmade stuff that people had made of a VTuber model and things like that. And it was really adorable and really cute. And she'd do like a hand cam sometimes of her opening them, and she used to have it sent to a PO box, and then she'd go to a PO box and pick it up. And one of these days where she'd collected stuff from a PO box, some creepy idiot decided, I really want to meet her. So he put a air tag in it to find out where she lived. And then showed up to her house randomly. Didn't knock or anything. Like, she didn't know he was there at first. And she was live streaming. And he knocked on a window. And the reason he did it was to confirm that she lived there. Because she was streaming at the same time, so he was watching her stream and listening for the knock in her live stream. Once he'd confirmed it, he disappeared. And she thought nothing of it. The next day, she was streaming again. And he broke into her house. And was laid on a bed with a sledgehammer. And she was terrified. It all happened live on stream. The guy breaking in with a sledgehammer. And it was just like... And it's when you hear stuff like that, terrifies me, because the worst thing for her is like she... And I feel so awful for her. Is the house she was living in was built by her father. And she was too scared to stay there. So she had to pack, move, and get the hell away. And I'm just all I'm grateful for is the fact that she's safe, because I love watching her live stream. She's so funny. She does some of the weirdest and like funniest stuff ever. And she's an absolute angel, and the fact that someone would put her through that really annoys me and really upsets me. And like I said, as much as I'd love to meet you guys and stuff like that, at the same time I want my privacy. And so it revealing what I look like and doing meet and greets and stuff terrifies me, but at the same time I would love for it to happen. Okay, now I wouldn't usually encourage people to harm others, but in this case I think she should have been allowed to fire a you-know-what weapon at him. Yeah. 100%. Because, like, at the end of the day, it's a pseudo relationship. Not a pseudo relationship, what is it? It's a one-way relationship. Like, he'd fallen in love with this idea of her. I'd love to meet some people I meet online, but I'd only trust to meet the ones I've known for a good few years. Because it's like, it's a one-way relationship, especially with like how popular she is, because like she has like literally thousands of people watching her. And so lots of the messages get lost in her chat. And she only sees a small amount of them. Not like me, where it's like one message every minute, a couple of minutes or whatever. Like she literally gets hundreds of messages a second in her chat. And so she has a chat on slow mode so she can actually keep up with it and read it. So there's a big delay between when people send a message and she sees it. And of course, like, she's not going to read every message. Watching small creators feels more personal and engaging. Oh, I appreciate that. I like watching anybody. Like, I just find entertaining or enjoying, or playing a game that I really like, or, you know, it's... I go for what they're doing, but then I stay for them. And so it's whether or not I like him, and Camilla's one of those where I started watching her just because she's a VTuber. I like watching VTubers because they're in the same mentality of me, of anonymity. But then, to be fair, some of them do dress up in like costumes of their VTuber models and do meet and greets and stuff. Like, I think Shy Lily's done one. She who will not be named, who Bow the Whale has done ones. In terms of YouTube, I watch whoever I like. In terms of streams, I'd rather streams that I can interact more and actually be part of the community rather than just another statistic. I want to maintain that at all times. I know it's going to be difficult, but that is something that I want to try and keep in my stream, is everybody's included. And I know it's difficult, but that's where having like moderators and doing polls and stuff like that is more important, because then everybody gets to chip in some way. I know it's a little bit harder because, you know, not everyone's messages are going to be seen and stuff, and that does make me sad. And yeah, I don't know, I'll probably think of some way of trying to keep everyone feeling included. Because yeah, I've been in some big streams, like chat wise, and it's a lucky dip whenever someone will see your message, because like I've done a lot on Sons of the Forest in terms of gameplay. I know that game inside and out. And so I was watching Shy Lily and I can't remember who else. It was Shy Lily and someone else, and they was playing Sons of the Forest, and they was struggling to not know how to do something. And I was like, oh, you do this. But my message got lost in like a million of other different people, which were telling them the wrong way. And so, yeah, I know exactly what it feels like. Because if they'd have seen my message, they wouldn't have been struggling as much. They would have figured out what they needed to do. I like coming into chat and the streamers or someone else in the chat goes, Crafton! Feels like an old friend, you know? Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. That's why I'm so grateful for like you and other people that come into my stream and interact. Because I'm lucky to have viewers like you, because it helps me being seen, but then it also helps build the community that I want to build, of just people supporting each other, helping each other, talking to each other, building friendships that otherwise wouldn't have been built, meeting people from across the world. It's amazing some of the stuff that I found out, what is normal in Australia but not here, and what's normal here and not in Australia. It's incredible. I wouldn't have learned it any other way, because I don't have the means to travel like a lot of other people. So for me, this is the next best thing. Exactly, it's so awesome. Yeah. Because as well, if it wasn't for you guys like Como and other people, I would have never have found out about the limitations of the water, and I would have forever been stuck at that. If it wasn't for was it Quaker said about having a central bus station and having all the others go to it, would have probably taken me ages to figure that shit out. Which is great, because I grow as a player. I share my experiences and my knowledge, and you guys share yours, and we all grow. We all get better. Oh, I'm so glad to have some food. I didn't realise what time it was. When I last looked at the clock, it was 12 o'clock. And then I looked again and it said 12:15, and I read that as 12:12. It was actually 1:15. So no wonder my stomach was growling. If it weren't for you, I still wouldn't understand F1. If it weren't for me, you'd probably understand it even better. It's such a fun sport. How time flies when you're having fun. Yeah. I'm having fun chatting with you guys. We've nearly got this bit filled in. Still got a bit of ways to go, but we're getting there. I think I may have to back this track up a little bit just to fill this bit in, but it should be all right. I might be able to smooth it out. It doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to not be a giant freaking hole in the ground. But it's all just about building each other up. And not knocking each other down to build one person up. If we all grow, if we all work together, we all grow. Trying to build that hive mind. One of us. You know what? I'm going to back that track up completely. Because these fields... but the roads we can't. Just a new train. We'd have to delete the road. Only that one. Right, that's the distance limit there. We are the Borg. You will be assimilated. Resistance is futile. Right, yeah, we're gonna have to get rid of this road. Oh, I didn't even connect that one anyway, so it's fine. We are the Borg Empire. Join us. Resistance is futile. I really wanted to say exterminate then. Oh, it's not. I'm gonna have to delete that field. It's... I don't know what it is, but there's some of the fields in the corners just do not want to change. Look, that one's the same. This corner doesn't want to change. This front edge. But the rest of it will. It's so weird. I think we need to move some excavators. That little bastard. It's just how they've done the building. Because, like, obviously you need some way in. So it's basically got like how this building's got this here where the vehicles come in. So because a vehicle visits this, there has to be a permanent area at the front for loading and you know, for loading all the crop that grows. So when you place this building, this bit has to be clear, but the rest of it well, even though I say building, it's a field. But the rest of it is fine. It doesn't have to be there because the rest of it will just adjust. So you can place a field like this and it'll just change the actual area of the field. But if you flip it around, it doesn't. So the collision only happens at the front the front little section of the field where the road connection is, and the rest of it will just change. That way, if you wanted to, if I place this here, it literally cuts right where the road meets it, and then anything above that doesn't get placed, but everything below it will. And that way you can have a big field, but it might be like reduced by like an acre or something. Awesome, you can make buildings look like they're part of the fields. That is awesome. Yeah, pretty much. Because if you wanted to, you could place like the field like here, and then it'd just shape around. Anything in it would be gone. Like if you can see where the yellow, I know it's a bit hard to see, but if you can see the yellow dots, anything there, it wouldn't be placed, but all the green would be. It's same with like if you place a field too close to another field, it cuts it. It's really clever how they've done fields. Although in all fairness, I would prefer, and to this day my favorite way of placing fields is to draw the field in yourself, because I would much prefer to, you know, just draw like one field here, another field here, and another here. Yeah, it does give it more of an organic look, considering you're placing just a rectangle. Because like a lot of other games will just say, if any part of that field is touching another bit, it can't be placed. Whereas this game goes, well, why not? Why can't we do it this way? There's so much to do. I really need to stop procrastinating. We really need to get on with building that. Do I want to know what you think would be epic? Of course I do. I can't see which paths have been completed and which ones haven't. I'm just guessing. Come on, Craft, we're all waiting here. We're all waiting to find out what will be epic. I don't think you knew what would be epic. I think you were fibbing. An MMO that is basically flight sim, farm sim, truck sim, train sim, so you can do whatever you want and it all affects the global player economy. So basically, Ready Player One. A few mates run a farm, some guy transports grain via truck to the train depot, and then the train takes it cross country. So it's basically a game the size of the Oasis in Ready Player One, but it's more of a IRL, a real life simulation rather than games inside of a big game. So Ready Player One's a book that got turned into a film, and it's about a guy who created a game called The Oasis, which basically was like a virtual reality escape, and allowed players to do literally anything they wanted. If they wanted to go fight hordes of aliens, they could go to an area of the Oasis or a planet in the Oasis and do that. If they wanted to do car racing, there was another planet that had all kinds of car racing. If the flight sims, so there's another place that could go for that. So it gave like an escape for everyone to go to wherever they wanted to experience, as well as having like a central hub where all the players load in and meet. And in the film, the guy who creates it never had an heir, never had a successor, someone to pass this all this on to. And countless other companies like came into existence in order to sell add-ons within the Oasis, whether it be clothes, health packs, weapons, all this sort of stuff. So it's basically like DCS in a sense of companies sprouted up to create modules. And so he knew the guy who created it knew he was going to die. He knew he was gonna lose his life, and needed to find a way to find the right person to pass this on to. Hey Claire, how's it going? Hey Clark, I know what would be epic, more subs. That would be freaking cool, but I don't want to force people just to give me money. People need to keep their money for themselves. Claire, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'll force them.
Clayface 2222 gifted 5 subscriptions to the community.
I swear, Claire, you just enjoy hearing the Goku power-up sound. I mean, it is freaking sick. Well, thank you so much for the 5 gifted, Claire. The F I just joined to watch some neat workers and resources. Thanks, Claire. Honestly, Claire's the greatest. We love him so much, and we appreciate all of his support. But he really doesn't need to. He really doesn't need to. Just being here is all the support I need. So yeah, if you haven't seen Ready Player One Craft, just watch it. It's freaking amazing. There's loads of pop culture references, and yeah, it sets up a 3 challenges to find the worthy heir, and everyone tries to get it.
Equinox
Thank you so much.
1911 started stalking you.
Thank you so much for the follow, Equinox. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Also, I love the little Pokemon noise as well. Will do. I'll add it to my list of things to watch. It is really good. And then if you're feeling really adventurous, read the book. It's even better than the film. And it's another really old book as well. Right, let's lunch out the way so we can focus more on the game. Oh, sick, yeah. Someone's going to enjoy our... Oh, it's still closed. Wait, it's closed due to bad weather, yet there's one person there. How does that work? Oh, he ran away. I'll add it to that list too. Nerd, he reads books. Oh, an absolute nerd. Who reads books? Try listening to a book, you big nerd. The staff allocation in the game is kind of wonky at times. Yeah, it is. I mean, if he wants to work them, and if people are going there, that's fine, as long as I actually get the boost that it provides. I think it's because the temperature keeps fluctuating. Like sometimes it dips below 0 degrees. My books that I read aren't exactly nerdy. Are you reading the Rudy Poody books? Is that what you're trying to tell us? It's like Uncle Pete just kept working at the job past retirement. We could never fire Uncle Pete because he just kept showing up even when there wasn't a job position here anymore. He was just showing up even without the paycheck. I like that. I may read dark romance. Is that like romance but you turn the lights off? Instead of having the lights on? Make it a little bit harder to see where you're going. How do you read a book without the lights on anyway? That's a bit weird. I'm gonna play ignorant. I'm gonna keep playing like I don't know what you mean. Think romance, but the dude is a morally grey killer. Oh, so he's like Blade, but he's got a girlfriend. And it focused more on him having a girlfriend than it did him going out and setting fire to vampires. Yeah, something like that. It sounds like you've just given in. Just couldn't take my shenanigans anymore. So how do we have an issue with the number of people getting on this bus, or let's see how many this guy gets. Because if this bus isn't filling, then we know the issue's at this end. So that bus did fill. I just don't know what Blade... You've never seen Blade? Oh my word. How have you never seen Blade? It's the entire reason the Marvel Cinematic Universe exists. Without Blade, we wouldn't have the MCU. And that is fact. Have you thought about a plane rather than a bus? I have thought about a plane rather than a bus. No, I actually haven't. Could get helicopters. You've never watched Marvel either? Okay. That's fair enough. Wait, you're not a DC fan, have you? Does the line have an end station because that's the most common issue? It kind of does, but it kind of doesn't. The line literally goes from this bus station to this bus stop, and that's it. It doesn't visit any other stations, and they are forced off this one. I think the issue, one of the issues is we don't have enough workers at this station at all times. Got to run. See you, Clark. Have fun. No problem, Claire. Thank you so much again for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate it, dude. And I hope you have a great day at work. And I hope to see you again tomorrow. Not a big fan of superhero stuff, but overall DC is better. Yes. I don't think we can be friends anymore, Kraft. DC is not better than Marvel. DC has had some good stuff. But it's... I don't think it's as good, in my opinion. No, I'm joking. Of course we can still be friends. That one only got 15 workers. Something weird's going on. Why are we not filling these buses? How many did you get? Right, you got the exact amount you require. Oh damn, what about Dark Knight? You can't deny that that movie is fantastic. The Dark Knight trilogy is amazing. I do love that, but I think that's more because of the director and the cast that they got in order to make it the best possible movie possible. They respected the source material. That means it runs below max if spacing is active, which it looks... It's... right. I had no idea that was a thing. Right, so if the next... Because I could have sworn it was down to this not being good. True, also Lego Batman is funny. Lego Batman is funny, yeah, I'll give you that. But again, that's because I think of Will Arnett respects the source material. Okay, that one would have been full if it wasn't for running out of workers on here. Honestly, Equinox, I had no idea that line spacing did that. That's kind of annoying, actually. Because end stations are weird to me because we don't use end stations where I live. I don't think anywhere in the UK uses end stations for buses. We have the night bit where when the bus is finished it goes there to sleep when it's finished its route. The only real way to make lines work efficiently is to put an end station before they pick up. Right. That's so frustrating. I don't even know where end stations are in here. Where the heck are end stations? Bus end station. That doesn't tell me about end stations. Then you can use an option that only sends buses if it makes sense to the game. So instead of having this constantly move back and forth, I'm guessing then it works more like a distribution office then, by the sounds of it. Where like if you have a like we've got this set up, so when this gets above a certain percentage of fullness, a truck goes out, picks them up and sells it. The game doesn't tell you anything, that's the point, I think. Yeah. Because end stations do not, like where I live in the UK, we like a bus literally goes from the bus station in the town centre along a route, stopping at some bus stops, turns around and then does the same thing in reverse. And like to me, like playing City Skylines and other games like that, that makes sense for a bus route. Like, I have no idea how to even use these. It's like I didn't even know how metros work. And metros, apparently, you got to put an end station in with them. So that was a hell of an experience learning that shite. Yes, you have one destination and one pickup point. Put the end station before the pickup on the route. Then it works, kinda. So if I put this like somewhere along here, because like there's no real room over here unless I put it here. But would I need a bigger one? Is it worth me putting a big one in? Because I have a bus route that picks up and drops off here, picks up and drops off there. And then another one that picks up there, drops off there. Picks up there and drops off there. So I've got a fair few lines to say coming out of this one station. As well as like the same thing for this bus stop. And then of course as well we've got the construction office that also picks up from this point. And we was about to put in another line that does pick up and drop off there and pick up and drop off here. Throughput isn't a concern at this point of you learning the game, to be honest. End stations are only 4 lines. Right. I mean, the daft bit is I have over 300 hours in this game, and yet there's still shit that I'm still learning and figuring out in it. Like, it's nuts how like much is in this game. Like, it was only a couple of weeks ago on stream I learned how these, because I managed to max one of these out, a water purifier, and I didn't even think that was possible. I really didn't. So this stream, this build through of this Republic, we're taking things a little bit slower, a little bit more steady, trying to figure things out a bit better. Right. We should probably do the same thing to this line then, because I think this one's... Actually, no, this one seems to be doing fine. Because it's only picking up 33 people each time. And then drops them off. Don't worry, I did a full... I'm going to study this for the first 100 hours of playing the game. I watched loads of Belejo's videos on YouTube on this game before buying it and playing it, and then every single I learned how to do the realistic construction first, and then I went and played the game while watching one of his videos on how realistic construction works, so I could follow it along as a guide, and then learn how to do power doing the same thing, learn the basics of water and how that works, and sewage. Yeah, so I'd probably say the first like 150 hours of me just learning the basics enough to build a city, and then from then on there I've just been figuring things out as I go. And I found out in our last Republic that we did before we started this one, there is a limit to police stations, and they are broken. You too. Oh my god, we have so much in common. But yeah, it's crazy. The amount of detail that they've put in this game is insane, and I love it. But at the same time, I freaking hate it. It's a love-hate relationship, and I keep coming back to it. But the thing is, though, what I like with this game, though, is when you figure something out, it rewards you for it. So it keeps feeding that need and for like, what's the word for appraise? You know, it keeps feeding the affection back to you through. Oh, you figured this out. Here you go. Here's a shitload of money to build whatever you want. And then the modding community as well is insane with this game, and I love it. Haven't heard of an issue with police stations though, other than they can clog up the justice system or too many crimes. Well, we've worked out that each police station only handles about 150 people. I built a city that had 25,000 people in it, and because even though we had a sufficient number of shopping centers and sports places, cultural stuff, you know, all the needs were being met, apart from they were struggling to find a job because we were struggling to get them to places. So we built metros, we built buses, we built train stations, we built loads of stuff to try and help them get around, but we just ended up in this constant spiral of crime where people were refusing to go to work even though work was available for them, and it just ended up in this constant spiral. We found out going through this that there's like a sort of a limit as to how many citizens each police station can handle, and it's about 150 to 180 citizens, and they employ 60. So for 25,000 we had about 15 police stations, and it still wasn't enough. That is not true. You might refer something else, but 150 per police station is not a thing. Well, no matter how many police stations we built, we just ended up in this constant crime spiral that just kept getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse until eventually our republic collapsed. So we started again, and we've turned crime off on this one so we can figure out everything else as well. Because normally I'd have crime on, education on, realistic construction, power management, waste but not demolition, because I changed my mind too much on stuff. Yeah, the crimes, we got caught out with the crime spiral, where you try, no matter how much you try and fix it, it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. So a lot of people in, well, a few people in chat were figuring, well, it looks like they only handle about 150 to 200 people, or 150 to 180 people. So we were trying to keep up and build more and more police stations until it got to a point where we had like a city like this big and just every single street just had police on it. No room for any other buildings. Which didn't make sense. So we'll turn that off so we don't get a crime spiral. Because I honestly, I do not understand what kicked that off other than we were struggling to get electronics over. We were having to buy them from NATO because they were too expensive to get them from the Republic. Usually I can support a 2k town with medium police stations. Yeah. We were fine with a when we got to about 10k. But then after that it just kept getting worse and worse. We had 2 large courthouses and 1 small, and about 15 police stations in this city, and it just did not work. It just kept spiraling. We had 3 prisons, and the crazy thing is the crime numbers, when we looked at the overlay for crime, we can't because I've turned it off for this one, but when we looked at the overlay for crime in that city, every building was like 50% or higher. Did the police have cars? Yes, every single one had 8 cars. All the cars had fuel because they had a petrol station near them, so there was all fueled up. Staff wise, they had near enough they were near enough fully staffed, because we specifically told certain residential buildings to work in them, and every building had, I would like to say, at least 80% of their staff. And it just constantly kept spiraling, because what you're telling me right now, this should have worked. It worked when we was at 10k citizens in one city, but then once we got past to 20 mark, it just spiraled right out of control. People were refusing to work. People were leaving left, right, and center. We couldn't maintain the population. But yet the 3 other smaller towns that we had and were building up, that were similar size to what we have now, with about 2,000 to 3,000 people in them. Crime was at a 0 there. But yeah, the big city, nope, it was toast. So like I say, we turned it off, and for this one, so we don't have to worry about police. We just have to worry about everything else, making sure they're fed, they're warm, all that other good stuff. They've got electricity, their needs are met, and it just spiraled completely out of control. It was crazy. It was wild. I think a few people in my chat were a bit upset because it meant the dance studio that they got to name fell into chaos. Not sure what happened, but it sounds interesting. If you have the save game, I'd love to take a look. I did, until I saved over it quite recently by mistake. I saved over it with this one by mistake, but I do have the all the VODs are on my channel. They're also on my YouTube channel, and I think on my YouTube channel anyways, the last episode went on about a week ago of that city. That was crazy though. We was doing so well, and then crime just spiraled out of nowhere. We was making boatloads of money, both NATO and rubles. It was insane. It was the best I've ever done on the game. So I was so proud. I was so glad where we got to, but it just fell apart. I don't know what I did wrong. I don't know. I must have done something. I must have missed something or not realized something, or maybe I missed a little problem for too long and it just exploded. Honestly, I don't know, but it's gone. It's over. It was really good though as well. I got to experiment with boats and airport. I started doing tourism for the first time because normally I'd get to a city about this size and then I'd run out of money. So I was dead chuffed with myself. I really was. How are we doing over here? Are we keeping up? Sounds like something that happened that the game doesn't tell you about, like people dying from waste. It could have been, but I thought our waste center was doing pretty well, although it did struggle sometimes. So I'm not entirely sure. We're keeping on top of waste this time though. We're just sending it to the border, and it can be someone else's problem. Right. Let's get the rest of the paths upgraded. So I think it should just be the top row now, shouldn't it? Yeah. Oh, go us. Let's get all that upgraded. Although they're going to be upset because they're going to struggle to get there now, aren't they? Damn it. I should have waited on that bit. Oh, well. Oh, well. Sooner it gets done anyway, the better. But that's every path apart from the ones down here tarmacked. Oh, and the ones here as well. No problem, dude. I'll be right here. What's going on there? Wait, what? Why? No. Don't hang out there unless you're gonna go work at the water treatment center. You go to this bus stop. Okay? Your kids go there and you go there. You've got 21. Should be enough workers. Strange. Ba 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 ba. Right, let's get this ground leveled out because we need to. Let's get it built up. I keep putting it off, but we need to do it. Yay, he's back. We're just getting the ground built up so we can build the rest of the food factory. We really need to start making our own food. Because it's starting to get expensive now. And I know it's not really respecting the topography, but ain't nobody got time for that. We need to make money. We need to make food. Right, let's shrink it. Let's go, my digger friends. Food isn't a good money maker. Not that it's bad, but it's just not that high in return on investment. No, true, but when we look at our expenses, especially this one, food, meat, and clothing is a big issue for us. Steel is too far away for us to do anything. Same with fuel. So there's not a huge amount we can do with them. So the way I see it is if we can cover food, meat, and clothing, which we can do, we should be able to do all three of those with 2 farms that we've built. We should be able to cover that, no problem. Oh, that's the other thing that I wanted to do before starting this. That might be too big. We'll get 12. Screw you. Screw you. Right, there. And there. Cool. They can reach it. Yeah, I just want to get a couple of bulldozers and excavators over here to help out with this bit. Because these guys can't reach it. So we have them over there, they will reach it. At the moment, we're just trying to cover our expenses, and food, clothing, and meat is becoming one of the high ones until we can look at one, either making our own steel, and that'd be a good one to really cover off, or if we can start making our own fuel. We have we've done the research for the refinery, but oil is not quite within our grasp as of yet. It's a bit of a trek for us to get to. It's in this area, and we need to get all the way across, and the terrain is really against us. Like, really against us. And that's down to chat. They picked the map when we were starting this, so yeah, I'm just sort of working with what I've got at the minute. The only thing to avoid is to start the one thing to avoid is to start main plant early. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Start making plant early. Yeah. I think I know what you mean. Because that one of the first things we researched was geological studies. Because we picked this spot down to the fact that coal was reasonable to get to. I did the little trick of running around like this trying to find stuff. Could not find any oil for the life of me. And this was the best spot we could find that we could reasonably build a small town that was reasonably close to a border, and start selling boards to try and help us maintain a bit longer so we could get down here. Just getting here was a struggle, especially with the bridge. We could have built it going down and around and everything, but it was a lot of pain. Importing plants and turning them into food and clothing is so good. Fair. I don't usually do it that way. I usually just grow my own. But that's something to keep in mind at least for us. But only if you import via train. Right, there's the catch. Yeah, it'd take too much effort to do it by truck. It's just the one downside to trucks is they just don't have as much capacity. Yes, they're a lot easier to get up and going, but frig me, their capacity is terrible. In comparison, at least, to a train. Right, this is taking forever. This is why I prefer to play on flatter maps. To be honest, you haven't tried to make it work with trucks, but it seems unachievable. I have ages ago, like forever ago, and that's why I gave up on it and never and just I've just built a farm since then, and I think I've got a good setup for farms. I think I've got a good like sort of blueprint for them. And the way I do it is I only use the large farm. I do not build any of the others because I don't see the point. If you could upgrade the farms rather than have to build an entirely new building, then yeah, I'd say build a small farm and then upgrade it. But after many trial and error with trying to get farms to work properly and efficiently and effective and everything, the way I've found is when we get these built, I'll go through how many vehicles I have of each, but I limit one large farm to 9 large fields, and for me it works flawlessly. There might be a better way, but for me this is the way that I've found, and it works very well for me. To me, the investment for farms, the actual vehicles are the issue. Yeah, they are early game. Early game, they're terrible. They're not great. Especially the tractors. The combines are pretty decent, but it's the tractors for me that are the issue. Until you get a connection to NATO, the Soviet vehicles for it, not great. I'll give you that one. The Soviet vehicles are terrible. The NATO ones are really good. It's like 3 mil investment for 50k per year, ballpark. Yeah, when you put it that way, it doesn't seem great. But to be fair, the way I like to look at it is how much money am I saving compared for if I were to just import. And you're probably betting you are saving more money. Maybe not much, but savings are saving. But then again, though, my numbers don't include fuel cost because I'm usually making my own fuel. Are these built? Not yet. To get in there. I might put 2 more down as well. Just so we get enough. That's the wrong mindset, or rather the non-efficient way of thinking. It's just the way my brain works. To me, if we can cover expenses, that's money saved. If the less we have to buy ourselves, the better. I think it's just because I don't like having expenses, whether it be personal or well, I think it's probably because I don't like expenses in my personal life. So when it comes to games like this, I try and cover the cost of everything. I try to mitigate it, like having to spend, so we can use that money to make more money. Or use those, or make our own resources, so whether it be like gravel, asphalt, all that sort of stuff, I'd rather make our own out of that, and then any excess we could just sell, and then that's more profit. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be an arsehole, just seeing someone that's earlier in works and resources experience. Yeah, no, don't worry about it. Everyone's got their own way of doing things. I've never claimed like my way is, you know, is the best way, or it's the perfect way. I 100% is not. I know that for a fact. This is just, like I said, this is just the way I like to do it. You know, if there is a better way of doing things, I want to know them. I want to know about them. I want to learn them. Like doing all this and like filling in this hole, complete waste of time. But it gives us, in my mind, it gives us more area that's actually usable for us. Like this was a massive freaking, like it went all the way down to this level. And we've just spent the time just going through filling it in, just because then it gives us more room, because this map is not in any way, shape or form, it doesn't have a lot of space for you to build in. There's not a lot of flat areas for houses and stuff. So to me, I'm filling it in and making it into an area that's a bit more usable. Right, this should be somewhat a lot more usable. Should we flatten it out? I mean, I'll make it a bit easier for the train. It's not gonna, we're not gonna be able to flatten it out over here, but if we can get it, close, we can just smooth it out. There we go. Keep going. Oh, I think this bit we might have to just leave as is, because otherwise it'll get really freaking steep. You know what? We'll just smooth this bit out. Let's bring this bit up. Smooth. Nice. That'll be a lot better. Bring that bit up as well. Bring this bit up. And then we can smooth. Well, have a nice evening. You too, buddy. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you so much for coming in. And thank you for the suggestions as well. It helps me get better at the game. Helps me find new ways of doing things. Let's get it smoothed, smoothed, smoothed. Come on, smoothing out. Yeah, we'll just smooth that right out there. Smooth that bit as well. Right, this should be, especially in this area, there should be more than enough room now for us to have a food factory. I'm out for the day, but I'll have a look for anyone who is interested. Oh, thank you so much, bud. Thank you so much. We'll get this smoothed out as much as possible. I hope you have a good day, bud. Bring that up as well. And bring that up a little bit as well. And then smooth. And we can get all this smoothed out. So all that's left to tackle is this big asshole here. And then we can get the road put back in. Oh, this is finished. Cool, cool, cool. And turn off that, and then we can get some mechanisms. Ooh, down a bit of cash, so we're gonna be a little bit careful. Thankfully, excavators at this point aren't that expensive. Right, nice. Oh, they built the cargo-y thingy, so I want to make sure they go in. And then, yeah, this is perfect now for food factory, clothing, and all the other good stuff. And we can get, and then we can get the train sorted. I think, yeah, this bit will need to come out a little bit further. We'll need to fill this bit in a bit more for the train track. But that should give us enough room for a train to come in and connect about here. So there's really not much left to fill in this hole. I want to get this side sorted so then we can get the farm sorted. Because if need be, I'll have the grain delivered to the silo via truck. It'll be very costly, but we can do it that way if need be. Right, this one needs bulldozers. 22, 28, yeah. Oh, they're going to the fuel. Fair. Right, auto search off. Turn that. Delete that. Remove that. Whatever. Remove that. We'll let these settle down, and then we can look at, because I think does this need just power, and we need a silo in here anyway for fertilizer, which I think I might put on that side. Do an underground pipe to a pump and then above ground. Or would it just be worth at that point just underground piping it? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what would be the best option there. He's returning to office 2. He doesn't look like he is. Because that's here and he's going the freaking wrong way. Where are you going, dude? Same with him. Where's he going? This needs some snow plows. I must have completely forgotten about this. We want them ones. And we're running out of cash again. Loan, please. Thank you. Right, how's the mine? We've got plenty of people there now. Cool. This mine has been built, so we're gonna go both. There we go. And I'm gonna upgrade this path. Right, all them vehicles are settled there now. Let's get excavator. Cool. Untick that. Untick that. And then we'll let these guys come and settle into there. And that's going to make this way freaking quicker, trust me. We should fly through this bit now. And this bit. Armed with all these excavators. And bulldozers. Right, roads here are sorted. Let's upgrade. That's only going to do that section. I want that full thing upgraded, please. And you know what? Do that one at the same time. Granted, they are about to go and do the path down here upgrade. They should be. They're not. Why aren't you? Get on it. Do 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 do. Want all of this high priority, please. What about that one? That one's on medium. I want that high, high, and high. And we need to get, we really need to finish the other side of this, getting tarmacked as well. I don't think we can keep leaving it. It's not really ideal. Oh, I completely forgot to move the follower goal. Right, all the trucks are waiting. There we go. Now they're moving. Is it people that's been dropped off? Yeah, it is. And we haven't had a vehicle dropped off there. That's crazy. Where are the... Oh, I know where the pavers will have been sent. Down here. Yeah, there's one. They're probably all coming down here. Another one's on its way. Should be another one going there as well, I bet. Right, that one's going. Yeah, everyone's walking to get here now. And nobody's going. I bet they can't get here. That's why they'll be going to that one. But these are full now. We need to optimize this side. Right, bulldozer on the way. We'll wait for it to get daytime, and then we'll finish off the other thing. We'll finish off the building up. What are they waiting on? Dump truck. I wonder if we can get any bigger and faster dump trucks. Which one do they... Is it this one? Yeah, we've got some dumpers in this one. Let's have a look here. Dump truck, dumper. Total capacity. This guy. So we can get a bigger dump truck. And he goes 95 kilometers an hour. So yes, we do want to get a better dump truck. Okay. Sell. 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 I wish I could remember how you replace vehicles. I don't remember how to do it. I'm sure there is a way to do it. Then selling and then buying. I prefer this one, but it's slow. I prefer the capacity of that one, but it is slower. So this goes 95. We do have some dump trucks in here, 2 of them. Let's upgrade you guys. There we go. And do we have any other places with dump trucks? I don't think we do. Alright, cool. So they'll be getting replaced. Nice. We've got upgraded dump trucks now. That should make things a little bit better for construction as well. Because it'll mean less dump trucks need to go out. So they can visit more places. At the same time. So we just need to wait for that lot. They'll get built. The bulldozers, are they still messing around with fuel? I really could have done this better. I really got off. But I didn't. Oh well. My bad. Could have done that way freaking better. Way freaking better. Oops. Right, our expenses looks horrendous at the minute. So let's get the ground sorted. Wrong one. We want that one. Right, so we need this side bringing up. Oh yeah, that's better. That's more like it. Now this is speed. Now the train will run a lot better when we build the track here. So we just need to get this hole filled in. Whereabouts do we need to get to? So yeah, if we just raise this up here. This is about as far as we need to go. It'll give us a little bit of extra room. So we'll get this all squished up here. There we go. And then we'll just do the same around here. And then we just need to bring this one up as well. Oh yeah, that's going much, much faster. You know what, we'll get this hole filled in a bit as well. A little bit unnecessary, but it gives us a little bit more room. There we go, just keep filling that in. Like so. It's coming along. Alright, let's focus on here. There we go. And then we can get this hole filled in. Get it all pulled this way. Nice, 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 nice. God, it sounded a bit like side up then. Side up. Let's keep going across. And we just want to keep filling in this lot. Oh, Christ. I'm changing my seat. Changing spot. There we go. That's more comfortable. Oh, Christ. How many vehicles have we unlocked? Loads. That could help out our people as well if we get them vehicles. I know we're not using our own. But I don't think they'd travel down to the coal mine. To be honest, I don't think they'd do that. Although if we built a little train, it might be better. Right, are they all buggering off for fuel? They are. Right, you know what? I'm going to upgrade this to a proper petrol station. Maybe even two. One for each. Let's do that, and because then they'll move a lot better, a lot faster at least. We'll need to get power over here, but that's fine. We need power over here anyway for the whatchamacallits. The farms. So we'll grab a high voltage line, bring it here and across, bring it all the way across here, across there. Might want to go down here and then across. Yeah, I think that's what we want to do. I'm going to back that one up. And we'll bring a high voltage line to there, and then there. There we go. And then we'll bring that along here. And then we can swap it out to high voltage switch. Like so. We'll A-OK that. Then we'll go to a transformer. Place it right there. We'll swap to this guy. And pop one right there as well. Bring this back. Pop there. And can we squeeze it right through to there? Lovely. Squeeze it right through here as well. Lovely. And then we just need to put in... Oh, we're just going to put that cable in. Nice. Alright, they'll build that. Then we've got two proper petrol stations. For these guys, rather than them all fighting over one free one. That'll work so much freaking better. Right, let's carry on filling this hole in while they build that. And plus, with it being a shorter distance as well for them to refuel, they're way freaking quicker. I would just refuel them at the construction office, but again, that's more trips when we could just... That'd be 4 stops to fill up rather than 1. Or 2. Right, let's get filling up this way. Like so. There we go. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Right, just gonna get this filled up. 2 seconds. There we go. Alright, now we can get back at it. You know what, we could, now that we've got this many bulldozers and excavators, kind of tempted to just try and flatten out as much as possible. It would make building so much freaking easier. But it wouldn't, I don't think it'd look as nice. There are too many flat areas. I don't want it to be perfectly flat. I just want it to be flat enough to not be too much of a gradient shift, if you know what I mean. Like 1, 2, or 3, that's not as bad spread out of this entire area. Like what we've got here. Like, to me, this is perfectly reasonable. But then, like, when it goes from like that to that in not much space, it's kind of like how this is going. This is too much to me. I'd want to level this out a little bit more. But we're sort of stuck with it now. So we're just trying to incorporate as much as possible. So let's get this leveled out a bit more. Keep it coming, keep it coming, keep it coming. We're just trying to spread the gradient out. That's the word. I swear I know English. Ah, you see, that one's doing the weird thing as well now. So we'll remove that one. And we'll just have to remember to put some stuff back in there. Right, where is our fuel trucks? They need to visit this guy. And that one's not built yet. Okie dokie. Artichoke. Can remove that one. So once that goes empty, that's it. There's no more fuel. We need to prioritize this, this, and this. Because, yeah, look, supply trucks to get over here are struggling because of this. At least the power line's done. It's just the box and the station over this end. So that's why I want to get this done and these. That's done, so this will be done soon. There we go, it's done. So we just need the power. And then that's this fuel station will get filled up. This one's not far from empty. got 3 already. Right, cool, 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 cool. Which ones are we using? LZ100. Well, we could go for a 16-ton capacity. That's not a bad idea. All the trucks are out at the moment. So we're not really in a position to swap them. Okay. We'll leave them for now. Because they're fine as they are now. Right, this one's online. The truck is arriving. That'll be what they were heading out for. Right, that one over there is done as well. Right, cool, cool, cool. Go fill that one up as well. And you know what? We're just going to sell the vehicles and we'll get the big boys. There we go. We do need to change them, to be fair. But I really don't want to go through finding all of their stops again. So I think ideally we need to look at... Oh, we could turn this into the distribution center hub. That could work for the border at least. Because then that gives them an option of 2 places that can go get what we need. I think I'm a freaking genius sometimes. Other times it's a bit more questionable, yeah. But I think I have just made a big brain move. Smooth it out. Right, we want to build up actually. Build this one out. And then we can build this one up. There we go. Just got to bring it up a little bit more. Around here. Then we can build it up here. Come on, come on, keep coming. Trying to get the space between the big lines, the darker, the thick, not darker, the thicker lines. There we go. And bring that up a bit more as well. Just so there's a bit more of a gentle curve when we come to smooth it. So we can bring this one away from the other one a little bit more. like so. That way it's more of a gentle slope. The further the lines are apart, the smoother the slope. That's the way contours work. So we're just going to keep building out. Just need to bring up the ground near the bottom of this a little bit because we can't pull it further apart yet. We're going to switch to the one up here, get this one built out a bit more. There we go. It's looking much nicer now. Running out of excavators, so we're just going to swap down like so. Just go a little bit smaller, a little bit more concentrated. And then that'll let us do this. Nice. Right, now we can swap to the big smoothie. There we go. Now we can smooth all of this top bit out. We do need to bring this one out a bit because it's a little bit close in the middle to this one. So we just want to bring it towards us a bit more. There we go. That's much better. So much freaking better. Right, we just need to go big and smooth. So we can spread the contours out, smooth them out, keep them in that that white color, because then it's not too sharp. If it goes yellow, then we've got a bit of an issue. It's not necessarily about being flat, it's about being smooth at this point. Smooth. So we're just trying to get rid of all the yellow and any random like holes, dips, bumps. Smooth it all out. Sudden elevation changes, smooth it out. There we go. It's looking so much nicer over here. Apart from this way. Is this another hole for us to fill in? Oh dear God, no. Not another one. No, that'll do. We'll just bring that up a little bit. And then that'll just make it a little bit easier, won't it? Right. Let's have a look. So the train is going to come down here and then across here. So we just need to bring this a little bit further. And then that's this side done. So we just need to bring these contours this way. And then of course we'll have to do the same here as well. But with our monster mash of excavators, it really shouldn't take us that long. Hopefully we'll be able to just put the area in one spot and then just let them go. Let them go to town. So yeah, if we just bring these to this, that's more than enough space. And it should be a decent gradient, shall we say. A decent level. So we just got to keep going. I'm gonna have a quick sip. Oh, I've still got some tea left. Keep coming. Keep coming. There we go. And then we'll get this one brought down and then smooth it out, and then that's this side done. We can add the fields back in. We can let them build the farmhouses, because that's this side complete. Then we can get the food factory and the warehouse, grain depot, the fabric factory, all that good stuff. Ba-dum. So why do we keep getting these random spots where they just don't seem to want to build, like, fill them in? It's really strange. Don't know what that's about. I'm guessing we've got a fair few excavators filling up with fuel. Yes. Yes, we do. Right, we're going to remove that guy. Because we've got these guys now. Nice. Got a new forklift. Always good to get something new. Always good. Right, we'll just start getting this smoothed out a bit. Get this bit smoothed out as well. There we are. Get this raised up. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. There we go. I think we're at a point where we need to build up the base a bit more. Yes, sir. Right, we'll bring this around. There we go. Keep building, keep building, keep building, keep building. That's it. We'll just bring this bit out a bit more. I don't think we need to. I mean, yeah, we probably should just a little bit, just for the train. I didn't realise this bit had got quite close to the track, so we'll bring this bit out a bit more as well. And then we can start smoothing. There we go. That should be enough. Yeah, it definitely comes down, but I think only to about here. So having this little bit of a extra bit out here should make things a little bit better. Gives us a little bit more room. So we'll just need to smooth this bit out. Get it all looking lovely. Don't want to get too close to the edge. There we go. We'll get this bit smoothed as well. There we are. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Right, now we just need to fill in this bit and to make sure things are nice and smooth. But as for the meantime, we can get these two fields put back in. Oh, it's dark in it. I'm not going to be able to see. Right. Let's put in the path, the road rather. I nearly said path. Which was about... that about right? Yeah, that looks about right. And then we can go to the fields, get the big field, spin it around. Make sure it's lined up all right. We'll come back a little bit. And one. And two. Beautiful. All we need to do now is a road right there, and we can actually connect this one up this time, and a road right there. And then once they've got that road complete, then we can focus our attention on the train tracks as well, which we can bring down this way. That should be nice and straight. That should be nice and straight. We can say A-OK to that because we do want the tracks there. And we just need to fill this in so we can get a train across here without having to build a stupid freaking bridge. So everything's coming along pretty good so far in terms of build, and we are actually making profit. If we don't buy stuff, then we actually make a profit. We're not building too much. 406533 return, and we don't quite meet the criteria for another loan, as we have only just taken out a loan. So if we let the game run for a bit, we can actually start generating some profit. So in order to help this profit, then let's have a look at this last month. Import wise, food was 17,000, huge expense there. Clothing 7,000, power 3,616. So how many workers have we got? We've got quite a bit. Power plant time, baby. We can knock 3 grand or 3.5 grand of expenses out in one move. I'd say that's a win, getting rid of that. Yeah. We can wipe that out. That'll be one hell of an expense gone. And I am on board for that. I am on board with that. Right. Let's look at filling this hole in. Let's start with down here. Yeah, it's doing it again. I found another spot. There, no problem. Here, slow. Very odd. I don't get why. Here, no problem. Here, slow. Claim steepness. Very, very strange. Don't understand that. Not going to claim to understand it. Very, very weird behavior. I mean, granted, we are trying to fill in a giant freaking hole, but still. Odd. Very odd. Not sure why it's doing that. Not sure. Same with here as well. Is it where a quarry would be or something? Where we need to mine or something? Maybe? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what that is. same with here as well. But then here goes super quick. Very odd, very odd. Alright, we'll get that bit gapped up. I'm sort of like building a giant dam in a way on this side. Alright, I'm going to focus them a little bit more in a smaller area. Because we're trying to build upwards quite steeply. So if I can get the contours a little bit further away from where we need to be, because we need to get this to a similar height, like what we've got over here, and then this will be the raised up bit, because we want to get to this contour level height. And then that way it'll be nice and smooth, the train will be able to run on it nice and easy, and that's what we're after. So I'm just trying to build up this bit of the ground. Nice and steady, like. I don't want to lose this canyon completely if we can avoid it, because we'll put so much effort into that bridge. Well, those bridges. They're like sort of like the centerpiece of this area. So I don't want to lose that bit. If we can help it. If we do, it's not the end of the world, but I'd rather not. I'd rather not lose it. And I get it's probably going to be a little bit difficult. Especially with how slow some of these contours are coming along. Keeping an eye on the cash flow as well. There we go. Now we can bring this one out a bit more, and then we should be able to bring this up a level. Just do a little bit more work on this bit. There we go, a little bit more work there. And I get we're a bit far away from the other excavators, so we might not be utilising all the excavators that we've got at the minute. But as we go a little bit closer this way, we should start using more and more of them. We might even be using the excavators from over this side at the minute. I'm not sure. Do, 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 do. There we go. We'll bring this one up a little bit more as well. Just building and building and building it up. Oh, we got some people without their own flat. Oh, that's not good. Right, build this, and build the school, please. There we go. They are building the power plant. What have they got on at the moment? Not a lot, not a great deal. So they should be all right then. They should be fine building that lot. And yeah, I'm gonna put distribution these guys over there. So they'll take care of the gravel. There'll be one for the petrol. You're doing the storages. But I think I might break that down to one for steel, one for boards, one for planks, and so on and so forth. Actually, might be a bad idea. Yeah, that might be a bad idea. Because they'll get broken down when it comes to us manufacturing our own. So yeah, we might as well just keep them as a wanna. Let's just get zoomed back in. We can bring this contour up to the other one. Yeah, I really do think that might be the place for us to get stone. Right, let's bring this one over as well. Yep, as soon as we get to it, it just slows right down. And then we go past it and it's fine again. I think it is a place where we can place a quarry. I think that's what it is. Same with this. Because there's a very distinct line in the ground. There we go, pushing through this bit and slow down here. It's funny this, it is weird. Ba-da-ba-da. There we go. Well, I got 2 more lines to do, and then there's a big bowl that we need to fill in. Right, we should probably start building up the inner side bits here as well. And that'll make things a little bit easier as we keep pushing up levels. Just creates a little bit more room. Especially on these, well, I'm gonna say it is a quarry section. Alright, cash is getting a bit worrying. We're not quite at loan level. But we've got 12,000 to sell. Where's the other one? Filling up? Yeah. Cool. So they're still working away. These are maxed. So we could probably then do with another one. We could probably get a third one. Let's do it. Where are you? Fossil. Coal. This is crazy. I can't believe we need another one. Where's the pedestrian entrance? On the wrong side. It's a little bit of a trek for a path. Why don't we flip and do it this way? Excuse me. I've got an idea. And it's in case we need a fourth one, because then we can do... Excuse me. We can do a fourth one over here. And then we can do like what we've got here, where they join into one and fill it up. Oh, excuse me. What the hell is going on? Why am I sneezing so much? I don't even have hay fever. Or at least, last time I checked, I didn't have hay fever. What do we need? We need a multi-in. Oh, excuse me. I am disgusting right now. Some other infrastructure in the way. Should we just remove it and add it back in? That would be the easier thing to do, wouldn't it? And probably the more sensible thing to do. hopefully this'll work. No. Oh, is it? Right, it needs to go back a little bit then, doesn't it? Right, this one. It needs to be more there, like that. And then we can remove that one, and that one. Then we can get the road and... Oh, come on, you turd. No. What happens if we back that one up a bit then? How about a bit more? Why are you being such a tease? See, that one we had to go out and then round. So maybe we go out and then we can't go around. Oh, we will find a way to put this road in. Oh, this game drives me insane, but I love it so much. What's it saying? Overlaps with existing construction. This one is a little bit lower, so maybe that's why. Okay. Let's find a different approach. Maybe if we come further away. Overlaps with existing construction. Come on. Overlaps with existing construction. Too sharp of a turn. Building is in the way. Oh, come on. You're taking the mick now again. You're just trying to annoy me. I know what you're doing. Right, let's try this. If we go from this end, see, yeah, it just really wants to swing over that way. Okay, I've got another idea. Got another idea. Then we delete that one and that one. We go with the number 2. Done. Ta-da! Done. And we'll reduce the number to 10 and 10. And that's 119 students. What about 5 and 5? Why do 50 odd people want to be staff there? Shit me, we've filled that already. That's still building and we've filled that as well. Insane, man. Insane. That's crazy. What the frig? I can't believe we've done that. That's crazy. That is genuinely crazy. Holy shit, man. Oh yeah, we was doing this lot. Right, let's get the rest of this aggregate stuff sorted. We need to rotate. Go as far along here as we can. We'll go to about there. And then, yes, we just want to connect it up. With a road right there. And a road right there as well. Lovely. And we just need to let them build it. And as for workers, I was just thinking just build a tunnel. It's simple, effective, and you know what? It's probably going to be the shortest distance possible. And then we just want to go to the underground view and pedestrian tunnel. And right there. Done. We'll go to a number 7. Or should we do number 6? Probably do gravel first and then we can always upgrade later. There we go. And they'll build that as well. Right, I'm just going to go nip to the loo while they build that. expecting a parcel today, but it doesn't seem to have come. Let's see. See what the tracking info says. Still says it's out for delivery. Right. We'll leave that to continue, and we'll go get this hole filled up here. Right, there we are. And we just need to get the big hole in the middle filled up. Ba-ba-da. Yeah, this must be some sort of solid ground or some shit. As to that's why it's slower. Let me just check. Where's quarry? There. Yeah, it's a gravel source. There's another one somewhere over here. I sawed it. I thought it was. Right, let's keep going because we're not far off being able to like run the train line, and then the rail construction yard, they can get on with what they need to do, because at the moment they're waiting for us to finish doing this, and they would probably much rather getting on with building. So let's just keep pressing on, keep pushing, and we'll come out singing. Yeah, that one's really not easy to see. They're not easy to see, these ones, compared to the usual ones that I see. Another spot there. Bum, 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 ba-ba-da, 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 ba-ba-da. There we go. Once we got it to this height, that's it. We're We've got it. We've won. Winning. Right, we'll just do the first level first, and then we'll come back through. Bam bam badum bum 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 bam bam badum bum 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 bam bam badum bum 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 bam bam badum. Bam, 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 bam. There we go, we're stuck in this quarry again. Just gotta get it built up, built up, built up. Yeah, I did not know that. I didn't know there were gonna be other colours of it as well. So let's focus our efforts on getting this bit built up. Because at the minute, this bit's slowing us down. There we go. Keep going, keep going. Keep pushing through. Honestly, out of context, that sounds like I'm on about something else, but I'm just on about the diggers. I swear. Because they're trying to build the ground up on a quarried area. And it goes so much slower. Alright, there we go. Lovely. We've got a completed research. Nice. That's going to help the Republic. Oh wait, that wasn't the final level. We've got one more. Oh Christ, I thought we was done. I thought that was the final level. Right, let's get the big fishbowl filled in a bit more then, before we start on the final level. There we go, a little bit more here. Nice, we'll get this section filled in. Nice, and then we'll just bring this side up as well. A little bit more. There we go. We'll just bring that over to this bit. Amazing. There we go. Come on, guys. Keep going. Keep going. Right, let's stretch that guy down this way. And we'll just smooth the top bit. You know what? We'll flatten it to that level. We've got enough bulldozers. Shouldn't be difficult for him. There we go. The only difficult bit's going to be when they're on the actual quarry bit as well. Oh, they're making mincemeat of it. Oh yeah, this is nout for these bulldozers. That's it, guys. Go on, go on. I moved the mouse and flattened the area out already. Sorry, I'm just trying to plug my headset and it's beeping at me to tell me it's low battery. 1 second. There we go. Plugged in. I had to use 2 hands. I was trying to use 1. So I could keep flattening the area out. Oh yeah, this is no bother for these guys. Alright, we'll get the area flattened out. We'll get it pancaked. And then we'll use the excavators to fill this void. That's sort of been left behind. This giant cereal bowl of made out of dirt. Alright, there we go. Right, where to begin? Probably the middle. Yeah, probably easiest just to go from the middle outwards. Whereas with the bulldozers, it's easier to go from outwards inwards. If that makes sense. Right, the chemistry got complete. Let me just set up, and the other one got done as well. Right, we'll do this one. We'll get that. And we'll go with semiconductors. I just want to make sure that we're always researching something. Because the time when we're not researching stuff that we've got stuff to research is just wasted time. And like, even if it's going to be a while before we look at doing semiconductors, you know, manufacturing wise, at least we've got it. Ba 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 da ba ba da na na na. Just keep feeling, just keep feeling. What do? We fill, fill, fill. Do, 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 do. There we go. We're just going to keep working our way around. You know what? I think while they're getting fueled up, I'll see if we can push a bit from the outside with the bulldozers. Even if it's just a little bit, just bringing the circumference down will make it a lot easier for the excavators. I think a bunch of them are going to refuel. Which means it's a little bit less work for the bulldozers, the excavators. There we go, that's it. Just keep niggling away at it. That's gonna make it's gonna make a little bit of a difference. Not much, but it is gonna make life a little bit easier for the excavators. It's already hard enough for them. They've got a huge job filling this hole in. And as well, it's going to make things easier for the bulldozers later on. Because we're going to need them to come over here and smooth things out. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. So keep pushing in. Keep pushing it smaller and smaller and smaller. That's it. Steady, steady as it goes. It's already massively smaller. It looks more like a bean or like a swimming pool or something now. There we go. That's it, guys. That's it. Keep smoothing. Keep shrinking the circle. They've worked their ass off, these guys, honestly. Filling in this giant hole in the ground has been, and this is the final bit. The effort has been mega. If they were actual people and not inside a video game, they should be hugely proud. Of this monumental effort. I think we've filled in the equivalent of like half the Grand Canyon. Come on, lads. Come on. Keep it going. Keep it going. Right, that'll do for the bulldozers. They've already shrunk it massively. We'll come back in with the excavators, and we'll start building up the middle. Because I think the bulldozers are struggling a little bit now. So we'll get the excavators to come in, start filling in some of this middle part. Bringing that level up higher, and then that should make it again easier for the bulldozers again afterwards. because the less of a height difference between the ground, each ground is easier for bulldozers then. There we go, that's better, that's better. We'll go a little bit bigger here. Fill in that middle bit. And we'll just do a bit of filling in up here. And then once we get this all at a similar level, then we can come in with the bulldozers. There we go, lovely. What about this bit? Yep. Get all these little holes filled in. Get that bit filled in as well. There we go, a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. Ooh, just a little bit. Ooh, a little bit more. Ooh, just a little bit. You don't like it anymore. There we go. Once we get these little spotty bits filled in, then we can come in with a bulldozer. And look at that, research is complete as well. So let's get the next one going, which is going to be plastics. Terrain tools, flatten. Amazing, amazing. Flying through this lot. Meow. Awesome. And then we just got a little bit of smoothing to do. Because I can see some yellow up this way. Finally, that giant freaking hole is gone. And we just need to smooth this bit. And then we're done. I don't think it's going to smooth very well. We just need to get rid of the yellowy bits. Or as much as we can with the yellowy bits. I think that's going to be easier said than done. Especially around this bit. It's only a slight yellow, so it shouldn't be too much of a bother. But now we can put in all the food stuff that way, so we can make our own food. That was a monumental effort, but we got there in the end. Considering we was at like this level all the way through here, that is absolutely amazing to get that done. And we can keep the bridge. which is good. So let's get the train track laid. So we want to come off from about here. So we're going to need to get rid of these signals. Oh, sorry, train. I upset you there, didn't I? I'm really sorry. So we want to come off from about there. Keep the junction as small as possible. What are you doing? Snap. Crackle and pop. I think we might need to go a little bit further over, and then if we do that, yeah, we get an even gap then. Although it's not too happy. So let's try again. No, it's still not happy. Is that because there's a train there? Maybe if we go the other way, let the train pass, and then we just find that spot and then control. There we go. Beautiful. So bring that one. I'm not too happy about that. We'll come back a little bit. There we go. And then the same this way. That's not right. Oh, what's going on there? Let's try that again. There we go. So how come that... I don't understand it. I'm not even going to attempt to, but one way liked it, the other way didn't. Right, yeah, we've got loads of room here for the train. Oh shit, I went past it. Sorry. Did it again. We want to go to about there. Right, let's bring that back. Cool beans. There we go. And there we go. Lovely. Right, we just need to say A-OK to that. The train people will come and build it. I hope we've got... Yeah, we've got workers on there. Cool. They're going to head out and start building that. So we can say start building them two. Because this side is ready. Whereas this side isn't. So we can put the fields in on this side. How much time I got? Not a lot of time. So it'll be a case of place this or place these. And then I'll be out of time. So is that enough room? That should be enough room. 2. And then what? Leave a gap and then 2. So that'd be fine there. 3, 4, 5. That should be more than enough room. Cool. I don't... Ooh. It's not going to give us a lot of room. I don't think we can put one there. We'll put the road in first, and then we'll figure out if we can put space. Put one in there. Six, 7. 8. Right, let's put the roads in. So we can just come straight up and out from this fella. Now we've got 90 degrees. Or whatever. Whatever. It needs to go that way anyway because of... Yeah, that way we're fine. Right, the gap is right here. We can bring that all the way down to about there. Bam, bam, ba-dum, bam, ba-da. I'm not going to connect them. But if I did, bridge. That's how I'd do it. That's not straight. Let's try again. There we go. That's better. And there. Right, well, A-OK those roads. Now, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 fields. Let's see if we've got space for one here. No. No, this gets in the way. But we can on this side. So I'm going to put one there. And then hopefully, yes, we can get a road right there. Let's nudge it over a little bit. There we go. That's better. Not very efficient, I know, but it's nicer on my brain. My brain's a bit chaotic when it comes to this sort of stuff. It likes things being done in a certain way. Otherwise, if things aren't even and things are off like this on an angle, they don't like it. And it constantly reminds me that it's not lined up. Oh, that's not either. Oh, I hate when it does that. I know I could do it with the board, with the thingy, the grid, but the grid hurts my eyes. I don't like how it is. It's too, yeah, it's too crazy, and my brain don't like that. Although I'm a bit gutted because this has got 2 ways in. Right, we could do a road here. Whatever. Well, there's the farms and there's the track. So we've got a gap here, and I wanted that. That's what I wanted. Plenty of space here. So my idea is, and we've not got enough time this stream to do it, but we can do it tomorrow in tomorrow's stream. But we're gonna have, oh crap, I spun the camera. Oh wait, yay, keys for it. So we're gonna have, oh, we're gonna try and do it this way. I don't think it will work. I don't think we'll have the room, but this is what we're aiming to do. Is, are they both, because he's confused. Why are you confused, fella? You ain't got enough room to turn around, have you? No, you didn't. Oh. Ignore signal and go. Because you're blocking way. Right, good, you can get through. We need to let these go. Once they've done this bit, the rest will be fine. And I'm gonna have a look in the Steam workshop, see if there's a way to add a node, because we need to add some nodes on this bridge. Right, there we go. Beautiful. Nobody's being blocked anymore. Although construction train has got a long way to freaking go to turn around, man. And it's so much slower than these trains, it's mad. So how much work has, you know what, they can start this farm as well, because they've got to do that. We do need them to build a liquid pump as well, and a liquid storage. So that can get built there. You know what, we'll just do underground. I wasn't sure which one, whether to do above or under, but you know what, we're just going to do underground pump. We'll flip, spin, so that way it can line up on this side. We'll get the road right there. I'm just going to pretend I haven't noticed the wonk. And we can get pipage connected up for fertilizer. There we go. So the construction offices have got a lot of freaking work on the hand right now, which is cool. It's not a big long list, but it's a lot of stuff. These all take a while to build, especially the roads. But the reason I don't want to connect the road here just yet is primarily because they will go into automatic search once they're built to look for fields. And I don't want them to pick their own fields. We want to assign the fields that they are going to work. And if I connect it here, there's a chance that this one might grab this, or this might grab this, and vice versa with any of the other fields. So I'm not connecting it yet, but there's a probability that we will connect it later on, because I don't like to leave dead-end roads. Because if we come to upgrade this road, nobody can get anywhere in here. So if we have another way in, then there's another way around. It's not so bad if you've got like this and, you know, building at the end. It's not too bad. But it's when you've got, alright, we've got the field over here. And if we upgrade this road, if we had this in place, this could still operate by going this way around. And same with on this side. So I'm probably going to do a road down this way once we know where things are going to go over here. So the idea over this side is I'm going to try and do it so there's one grain silo like what we've got over here. But the issue that we have is it's got to go to a food factory, a clothing factory, and meat. And I think I have an idea of how to do it. Which we'll explore in tomorrow's stream. So I am going to have to leave it here for this one. I've run out of time. But thank you all ever so much for coming. Thank you to everybody that's followed and has supported the stream through following and watched and everything. I hope you've enjoyed it. Thank you for everyone that's gifted subs, and it's absolutely incredible. I honestly cannot believe you guys sometimes. I don't deserve you guys. But thank you all ever so much. And I'll see you tomorrow where we'll play some more workers and resources. Please hang about because we are going to go raid another streamer. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Bye now.